Okay. Hello, everybody. That was pretty cool, right? That was just a little teaser that I edited out of Robbie Ward's amazing short film that he did called Animal Math. We're going to bring him on in just a second to talk about him and about his movie. I'm just checking to make sure everything's up and running. But yeah, that's a really cool little movie that Robbie made himself. He spent about 10,000 years hand making all of that animation. And I saw it on Instagram. I think he found me originally. And then I saw his stuff and it was just really incredible. And we started talking. And I thought that it would really be of interest to everybody on my channel, all the stuff that I talk about, movies and stuff. Broaden this beyond Star Wars a little bit, although Robbie is a big Star Wars fan, which I think might be how he originally found my videos. So we could talk about that too later. But first, I'm going to bring on Robbie, and we should talk about his movie because there's a lot to talk about. It's really cool. And I also have some short clips we'll show of his process and behind-the-scenes stuff he's done also. So here we go. Hello,
hey, Rick.
Hi, Robbie. How's it going?
It's going great. It's it's pretty surreal actually to be talking to you screen to screen after listening to your videos are so long. I've literally heard, probably days worth of your narration. So it is kind of bizarre.
I don't know how anybody can listen to me for that long, but I get some people that tell me that my voice is soothing, and I get other people that tell me I have an unbearable monotone. So
I mean, you rub some people the wrong way, I think.
I think that those are mostly Red Letter Media fans.
Exactly.
Talk about my unbearable. They want me to emote more, and I don't know. I should do like a Plinkett voice in one video. That would be. I could just do a whole video Plinkett voice. That would be fun.
Please no.
Yeah, I'm not going to. But anyway, hi, Robbie. I guess for people who might not know you, I don't know, we probably have a mix of your fans and my fans, but just if you want to explain a little bit what the movie's about, what gave you the idea, how you started working on it.
Oh, God.
Don't explain. I know. Don't explain where your ideas come from. That's the ultimate stupid question. But,
so
just describe the movie.
Yeah, I'll try to give like a really brief history and a run up to it. So I used to be in a band when I lived in Nashville, and I played keyboards and I created the music videos and album covers and T-shirts and things like that for the band. And that eventually came to an end, as many bands do. And I was having some health issues, and touring wasn't really as feasible as it used to be anyway. And I had a lot of fun creating the music videos, and they became a lot more popular than I had ever imagined. I was really just doing them for fun and to kind of surprise my bandmates. And they kind of took off and had a little life of their own. And my wife, my girlfriend at the time, she submitted them into some film festivals, and that just never even occurred to me, but they actually did pretty well. And some festivals like Slam Dance invited me back just out of the blue when my next music video had come out. So after the band ended, I was feeling kind of really very frustrated by the limitations of the music video genre. Plus, there's a lot of great festivals that don't even allow music videos. And I felt like I'd learned a lot about what I wanted to do with film. And so I set out. Originally, I was thinking, I'm going to take like maybe 2 years and try to create something that's entirely my own, that doesn't have anything to do with the band, that's not a music video, that can take its time and kind of build its own little world. And here I am 7 years later. It's finally done.
It looks like it took longer than 7 years to draw.
It feels like it
it's
too.
Just everything's so intricate. But maybe I should show some of these. I do have a few clips that you gave me of your kind of behind the scene process.
Yeah, sure.
Some of these are just really short little like 10-second clips, but I thought people would like to see your puppets and everything. Let me just play I'll just do this one. So those are just kind of like backgrounds and stuff, right? Those are like the big paintings.
Yeah.
And then I had.
Oh, go ahead if you're gonna play.
No, I just I have. That kind of shows some of the moving pieces and stuff in the backgrounds. And then I thought that clip, and then
I've dug out some of the pieces I can show later if we get to that.
Yeah, I thought that it was, that short little clip is just interesting because it shows how many pieces there are. I mean, okay, so that character is he's the one that's on our background right now, actually. So he's like an elemental, right?
Sure.
I don't want to start trying to pin down meanings and things, but you call it, he's air, right? You have air and earth and water.
Yeah, I think it's important to note there's like no dialogue or anything. This is not a like a Tolkien-esque world building project or anything like that. It's a lot more arty and ambiguous and weird than that. I think I sometimes get nervous when people comment and like, oh my god, I can't wait to see what the plot is. And it's like there's a story in there, but I wouldn't call it a plot. It's not like a tightly knit Pixar movie or anything like that. It's
I think there's lots of stories.
Sure.
I think there's a lot of story. It's not 3-act kind of.
And nobody comes on and gives you any exposition or anything. It's kind of well, I guess this is a good segue to how I discovered your videos and what it meant to me at the time. I mentioned on Instagram when I came across your stuff, I was about halfway through the production on this, and it was very difficult. When you're at that point on a 7-year project and you're halfway through, you're 3.5 years deep. I had no idea. Every year I thought, oh, there's only one more year. But it just, at that point, it felt like I was never going to finish. And AI was just starting to, AI images were just starting to pop up on my Instagram feed and stuff like that. And, I've assimilated that into my reality and I've processed it. And I'm good. But it was a very confusing and demoralizing time. Plus, things were just kind of wild in my life, and having this never-ending project that I was so deep into, there's no way I could just abandon at that point. And so normally I would listen to a lot of music and stuff while I work, but I was starting to feel kind of lonely and frustrated. So I was looking for YouTube videos to listen to and watch while I was working, and I just stumbled right into your now kind of famous prequel video. And it might not seem like there's a huge connection between those movies and what I've done, but all of a sudden I heard this person on YouTube articulating all these thoughts that I couldn't have verbalized, and I couldn't have really explained how I was working that into my process. But all of your insights into visual patterns and linking different themes, I'm not working across 6 different movies. This is a 15-minute short, but there's all these different sections within the short. And because there's no dialogue, and I wanted to make something that worked strictly as a silent film, which is something that George Lucas talks about. Happy birthday, by the way, George.
Oh yeah, happy birthday, George. That wasn't planned, by the way, to do this.
No, that was a happy accident. But that, that really spoke to me, and that helped me kind of clarify these maybe not half-baked ideas, but like ideas again that I wasn't able to even verbalize or articulate to myself, but it was something that I kind of was feeling intuitively, and hearing you speak about it and seeing the examples that you laid out really helped distill some of the things that I was working through. And even though I had created the storyboard, you know, back in 2018, 2019, so I had a lot of the ideas from the start, I kept it a pretty fluid thing. And after I watched those videos, I started seeing a little more clearly how certain things were connected from the beginning to the end and how I could tie it all together thematically. So I don't know if I can really explain it better than that, but
no, when I saw your movie, that's the connection that I made right away, was all the you know, visual storytelling, non-verbal meanings. That's what's really interesting about it. Is, I mean, I want to start asking you questions about, like, oh, is this guy this and that guy that, and is this what happens in the plot here? But that's really beside the point. You don't want to pin it down to one thing like that.
sure.
And to be able to tell it, that's what I think is so interesting about Star Wars, is that it works on that level. Most movies don't, and I think the movies should. And that's what, when I watch your movie, I think, like, okay, I would love it if so many, like, if feature-length movies were like your movie. That I think most movies could take out 95%.
That'll be the
day. Yeah, I know. So most movies could take out 98% of their dialogue and be fine if they were made well.
Yeah.
The dialogue is really beside the point in most movies. There's so many things that they could do, and the dialogue kind of hinders it. It kind of pins it down a little bit more. It you know, I mean, in your movie, you can see there's like tropes even. You know, in the beginning, it's the you know, little girl, and you could say this is her dream sequence or whatever, or you could say after a certain thing happens, then after that the rest is her dream sequence or whatever. It's, you know, Dorothy goes to Oz, or the
definitely
little boy in Wild Things goes off to live with the wild things or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's you know, it's not a, you don't want to pin it down to this bit's real and that part's the dream sequence and this part.
And I couldn't tell you what that would be anyway. I was like really keen to avoid any specific cyclone or wardrobe or rabbit hole moment. It's nothing like that. It all, one thing bleeds into another, and it's really more about how imagination in your interior world affects your reality. Because, you know, we're all walking around in a three-dimensional material world that we can generally, you know, objectively agree on, but we're all stuck inside our own heads, and whatever is going on in there is coloring our experience of the, you know, so-called objective world. And so I thought I wanted to play around with that. So yeah, I like, you know, again, since a lot of your fan base is interested in Star Wars, and you and I could probably talk about that forever. Star Wars is the same thing. You take a basic fairy tale, you know, with A New Hope, at least it's a pretty basic fairy tale hero's journey kind of trope, but you use that framework to try and do something entirely new. So yeah, I did very consciously want to do something that was set within Alice in Wonderland, Pan's Labyrinth, Wizard of Oz, this kind of pre-adolescent girl grappling with outsized emotions through a metaphorical, imaginative world, but do that in a way that hopefully kind of breaks open that format a little bit, and is using a technique that's like well over a century old with the paper cutouts and stop motion. I mean, aside from a couple shots that have some snow in it that was added digitally, and like a couple small lighting effects, you know, 99.5% of the film is literally captured on the table that my laptop's sitting on, underneath the camera. No compositing, no green screen, except for very, very small exceptions. So aside from the fact that I'm using a laptop to capture the images and a digital camera rather than film, it really is completely unchanged from how somebody like Lotte Reiniger was creating her little shadow puppet stop motion films back at the turn of the century.
She did the black and white, the silhouette puppets, right? Like the little. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, those are great. Yeah, it looks like that. It's almost like stop motion what you're doing. So they're almost like puppets.
Yeah, it is. I think some people would like it is technically stop motion. I think stop motion has kind of come to be understood as specifically a three-dimensional thing, but
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it is sort of three-dimensional. The pieces of paper that I use are so thick. I mean, there's a shallow third dimension to it, but it's the same exact premise. It's captured one frame at a time with a big sheet of glass laying on top of it.
You photograph everything on one plane under one sheet of glass.
Yeah.
It's all because there's some of it like the panning across landscapes and stuff. It kind of looked like like the Disney cartoons with the multi-plane camera where they'd have
Yeah.
layers of stuff. It has that effect, but you do it all on one stack of glass, right?
Sure. Yeah.
All under.
So my dad is a master carpenter, and he created this animation table for me back in 2017 when I did the second Deadsa music video, Annihilation. Because the first one I had shot on my girlfriend's iPhone. Like I had a flip phone at the time, so we would swap phones for the day, and I would borrow her iPhone 6, and I had like a cymbal stand that I would duct tape this little wooden plank to and sit the phone on. And it was this really, really makeshift setup. And so that video it took us all by surprise, like how many people watched it. So my dad was insistent that he create a better setup for me. So I was explaining to him what those Disney multi-plane things were, but I realized I don't first of all, those things are, you have to climb a ladder.
Yeah, they're like 8 feet tall.
Yeah, so that that's not really feasible. But also, I just wanted to embrace the kind of storybook aesthetic of the whole thing, and just embrace the fact that it's all two-dimensional. So this, there's not really a good way to show you this without it being really clumsy. But
well, actually, let me. I have a clip here that shows you putting together one of the shots on your table. That's one of the clips you sent me. This one's a little bit longer. It's about a minute, but it shows you assembling a big shot under the glass. I'm going to play this clip. So I think that's really cool. That was actually kind of interesting to me because it's slightly different than how I thought you did it, but it was really cool to see it.
So that's a good example of one that has like multiple layers. Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say that I like talking about process a lot and like the mechanical details of how you build things. Like I was just watching a clip with R. Crumb, and he was like making fun of the artists that want to talk about what brush they use and what nib they use. And I'm like, I want to know. I always want to know what nib. Tell me about your nibs. And I think that's so cool. So we're going to talk. I definitely want to talk about process. So if people find it boring, we'll get back to other stuff too.
Sorry, guys.
Go on with what you were saying.
So that you picked a good example of a panning shot that had, I think there's probably about 2 or 3 different moving layers in there. And so my dad helped me devise this rig where I basically connect this whole other segment to the end of this table, and it has these little grooved channels in it with little adhesive tape measure marks across it. And then I have these little sliders that connect to the different components, and they are all, so say the bottom level might be panning at 0.5 millimeter every frame, and then the next one is panning 1 millimeter every frame, and then maybe 1.5 millimeters, 2 millimeters. And so even though they're all on the same level, when you play it back, it gives the illusion of parallax, but in a very
that was
primitive
kind of
way.
I said that's why I said that I liked that in some shots you could see the shadows of one layer of paper on the next layer, because it gives you like a feeling of depth of like you probably thought that looks like a flaw, that you were upset that I pointed out the shadows.
No. It's a flaw that I like consciously embrace, because I've done music videos. I directed a music video a couple years ago, and also like an intro sequence for a TV show that's being pitched to a streaming channel. And both those instances, the animator did a great job. I directed, designed, drew everything, then it was photographed and digitally cut out and digitally assembled, digitally composited, digitally animated, and no fault at all. The guy who did it is a friend of mine, and I think he did a great job. But for a personal project of mine, I just would always want to avoid that, as long as it was like just me working by myself. I understand, like if I was to work on a bigger project, at some point you need to involve a team of people, and you got to bring computers in to get the job done. But you can just tell, I mean, for a shot like that, digitally, all you got to do for a panning shot like that, you just set point A and point B, and it just moves it. But instead I'll spend 6 hours moving everything a frame at a time, and basically what happens is it's jankier looking and way less smooth than what you get with a nice perfect digital pan, but it's something that you can't really replicate. And there's just a weird, I don't really love this word, but it is kind of the only way to describe it. There's a very particular vibe that you get from especially old stop motion, before you had digital onion skinning and stuff, where you can see the previous frame that you've made and you can adjust according to that. Back when people were shooting on film and they're shooting totally blind, people like Harryhausen or Willis O'Brien or whoever, to me, that's part of this weird, spooky black magic charm you get from like the 1933 King Kong or something like that, that it's, the fur is ruffling and things are not perfectly smooth and there's something off, but you see that you're looking at a physical object, and that there's just something to the complete randomness of how the objects, even though you're trying to shape and control the motion, at a certain point, a couple hours in, you look back and you've got half a second of footage or something, and you realize it's just slowly getting out of your control and becoming its own thing. And that's something I don't think you can ever replicate any other way. And it may look worse to some people, but in this day and age where everything is digital, and now this didn't even exist in the mainstream when I started with AI, it's like, who gives a shit? As soon as I started to see AI coming onto the scene, like I said, at first it was really disheartening, but once I started to see what it could do and how like perfect it was getting, at first we could tell ourselves, oh, it's kind of weird, it's kind of off looking, it's never gonna, it's doing totally realistic looking stuff now. So that argument,
but realistic isn't always the goal.
Well, I just had to just completely lean into. If I'm going to make something, make it as human, warts and all, as I can, and just be what it is.
Well, you said janky, but the it's not. I don't want to say flaws, because that means like it's what tells your brain that it was a real physical object.
Yeah.
And that's even if you're using computers, it's a difference between something that's a human-driven shot where the humans are making a decision and something that's just spit out by AI. That's Lucas talks a lot about. I showed this in my prequels video. He talks a lot about how he would deliberately add things like camera shake, or he would have Jar Jar kind of like flop out of frame.
I think about that all the time.
he spent a lot of effort to do things like so it would look like, you know, if Jar Jar was a real actor, it kind of looked like he didn't quite hit his mark. He's sort of out
Yeah,
of frame
yeah.
when he shouldn't be out of frame. Lucas spent a lot of time doing that. And he says in the video, I think I have the clip, he says that's what tells your brain that it's real, because if it's real, Jar Jar wouldn't be in the exact perfect location all the time.
I was just showing my wife that clip. We watched 1 through 6 a couple weeks ago, and I think we made it through all of the prequel videos. She'd seen clips of it before, but I just wanted to share that with her before we dove in, because it really does. You know, they're fun movies regardless, but like when you go into it with more of an understanding of where he's coming from, it's really fascinating. And it's funny you mentioned that really is a specific instance that I think about all the time. To hear you have this groundbreaking technological character that costs, I don't even know, like how much do you think he costs every minute he's on screen?
I think it was in that first movie they were spending like $500,000 a shot or something.
Sure,
and
yeah.
they had like a $90 million budget for the whole movie, because this is 1990 dollars. So,
and he's back there doing, you know, Buster Keaton antics, and the camera's just, it's like, oh, he's not important, it's just drifting off. And I love that. I mean, I have a very genuine fondness for Jar Jar. But the way he's filmed like that, is just completely sells the reality of this completely absurd, goofy character.
Yeah, that he's there, but they had to put a lot of thought into making it seem that way.
Yeah.
You know, that's the difference between that. There's thought behind what they're doing, and something that's just, you know, for it to be art, there has to be intention behind it. You can use digital tools, but it doesn't mean anything unless you have a reason behind what you're doing. You know,
Yeah.
That's why I see all the time people, and this is how you can tell they're an idiot. You know, they post all. And it always goes viral, and they show a picture of like somebody's doing like a pencil drawing, but it's a photorealistic pencil drawing, and they're drawing from a photograph, and their pencil drawing looks exactly like the photograph, you know. And it's like, well, if it looks exactly like the photograph, then why the fuck did you draw it? That's not the point of art. You know, the point of art is to express something or to communicate something.
Yeah.
And if you're just copying, you know, even if you're taking a photograph of something, the way that you take the photograph, where you put the camera, how you light it, what you choose to put in the frame, those are how the photographer is expressing something, those choices, you know. And if there's not that choice behind it, then it's meaningless. And so if you're just, you know, you can never just be copying. And that's what AI actually does, is it's there's no creation because there's no intention. So that's what's it's really sad to me that a lot of people don't see that difference, that they don't understand the distinction between something that actually means something and something that's just a copy of something.
Yeah, I apologize to my friend Ben if he's still watching, because we were bitching about a lot of this stuff last night. But yeah, to me, the whole AI thing, like deep down, I don't even really care that much about it taking jobs. To me, that's a thing that's happened throughout time. Every time there's a new invention, it takes away someone's job. And yes, there's so many artists out there, we want it to be our job, and it's sad when that doesn't become a reality. But to me, the way more devastating loss is just the culture at large no longer knowing or caring about the difference between a person making deliberate choices to bring something to your eyes or ears or whatever, and somebody just, you know, having their computer spit it out. And you know, people are so proud of themselves for telling their computer what they want to see, and it comes out. You know, I immediately thought of you. I saw on Instagram a couple of days ago a clip on like an AI thing. It was like, what if George Lucas directed the sequels? And it was just like thousands of Star Destroyers and X-Wings going at it. And it's like, I just, you know, I almost had a seizure. Like I was just apoplectic with rage saying that, because first of all, just the basic way that AI operates by thieving and scraping data from all these people's hard-earned creations. But also, if you think that AI is going to tell you what the hell George Lucas was going to do with the sequels, and then now you're sharing it as if it's like your incredible genius discovery,
Right.
I can't even handle it. First of all, there's no way he would just be spitting out the same ships that you saw in his previous movies. Like the first thing he did when he went to the Phantom Menace, everyone was expecting these angular, rusty ships covered with bolts, and and he had Doug Chiang make these sleek yellow and silver.
No, I say all the time that
fighters.
Literally, like, this isn't an exaggeration. Literally, the first shot of Revenge of the Sith has more original design work in it than the entire Disney Star Wars trilogy. In that one shot that opens Revenge of the Sith, there are hundreds of different ships and new types of ships that we've never seen before. They've got, like, vulture droids and buzz droids. It's just like crazy. There's like 20 movies in that one shot. And so the people think that Lucas is just throwing a bunch of random shit up there, No. It's so completely. And I say all the time that the problem with AI isn't that AI isn't going to replace art, because AI can't make art. What the problem with AI is that the audience doesn't know what art is. So when they see AI, they think, oh, this is just the same as something that was actually made. The audience doesn't understand there's a difference. That's the real problem, because I'm not afraid of AI making art, because it can't do what artists do.
I mean, it's just the overall, like, shift of people thinking in terms of content instead of a work of art, and, like, what's happened to Disney to Star Wars since Disney bought it. And why I'm so grateful for your videos, because it doesn't mean that somebody can't come along after the original creator and take the world and the creations that they started with and tell their own stories. It doesn't mean it's impossible to make a worthwhile creation of their own in that world. The problem for me is that people maybe don't see that there's a really fundamental difference between just branding something. Like, anybody can throw X-Wings into their movie and call it Star Wars. But when it comes down to what the original creator had in mind, in their heart, philosophically, whatever they were trying to bring to the table, that's what kind of gets left out a lot of the time. And that's really what makes the work. It's not just the superficial, the window dressing that goes on top of it all, which is, I think, the mistake that a lot of people make. It's like, oh, if it has lightsabers and X-Wings and it's got the Lucasfilm copyright on it, it's officially Star Wars. Like, it's legally, it's really just like legal, corporate endorsed fan fiction.
I've had people say that to me when I say that.
I don't want to be snarky about it, but it's just not the same thing.
When I say that Andor isn't Star Wars, I had some guy come and go, "Oh, it's literally called Star Wars." Like, oh, wow.
I mean, that's the thing.
If it's got the logo, I didn't realize the logo was there. Excuse me.
Yeah, I haven't actually watched it, so I don't want to. Don't
waste. Yeah, no, don't waste the hours of your life.
But just based on what I've seen from it, it's like, I saw somebody who's like, "This is literally peak cinema," and so far, all I've seen is pictures of people standing around in white and gray rooms talking to each other. And having just recently, like I said, watched the 6th Lucas movie and seen Revenge of the Sith, I'm thinking of all these unbelievable visual, operatic motifs going on, and that's cinema. Cinema's visual. It might be a great story. I don't want to.
It's not.
Well.
No, it's not. That's incorrect. No. Without getting, we need to get back to your movie more than Star Wars, but I this time I want to try to stay on top of the super chats, because last time I left them all until like the second hour, and then there were too many. So I have John McKinney. So thank you for the super chat, and he asks, do I think Disney Star Wars would be better if Michael Eisner was still CEO? He actually blames Bob Iger and not Kathleen Kennedy. What do we think? You can answer these questions too, by the way, but
I think you could probably answer this better than me. I can't help but think of the clip of George Lucas on the red carpet with the director of one of the new Jurassic World movies comes up to him and is kind of joking with him, and if you hear him under his breath, he's like, "Well, if Bob Iger did his job, he'd squash you like a bug." It's just so heartbreaking to hear him. He seems so defeated by the whole experience.
It is sad there's this like real sadness in Lucas's eyes whenever he talks about it. I don't think Michael Eisner had a long working relationship with George Lucas, so they had a little bit of a history together. They did Star Tours and Captain EO and stuff. And
Oh, cool.
Michael Eisner was around during the Disney Renaissance era. I don't think Michael Eisner was some great savior of artists, though. He was behind a lot of stupid decisions. He tried to cut the slow songs out of Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast and stuff like that. There's a lot of stories about the filmmakers having to fight with him to keep him from ruining their movies. So as for blaming Bob Iger over Kathleen Kennedy, I kind of go into that in the last video. I do blame him more than Kathleen Kennedy. I think Kathleen Kennedy is, just following orders, to use a historical phrase. But dialogue criticism. Well, okay, we can relate this to the dialogue criticisms of the Star Wars, especially the prequels.
You've
talked
handled
about
this great already.
Well, about visual storytelling. That the point.
Sure.
The dialogue's not the point in Star Wars.
The dialogue is part of the
there's
music and sound effects, and I think when you show those clips from the prequels in French at the end of your video, that really sold the whole thing to me. It's like, oh my God, that's exactly what it is. You can tell exactly what's going on. Of course, there's exposition that's delivered.
Right,
there's things that are important to the story that are told through words. But I'd say a good 80% at least of the story, you can just listen to the music and watch it, and you can tell you get the emotional content of each scene, and you can follow what's going on. I think it would seem silly to say that, like, I don't know what people are talking about. Like, yeah, the dialogue is there's kind of a stilted quality to it and stuff, but if you go and watch, bring up something like King Kong again, go and watch an adventure movie from the 30s or 40s, like he was inspired by.
Well, yeah, go watch Flash Gordon and tell me how naturalistic this is not supposed to be.
They can't understand what's happening when they see that style in a more modern filmmaking style. But that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's not a moron, and he works with really good actors. He's got Ian McDermott and Samuel L. Jackson and Alec Guinness and all these incredible people, and they know what they're doing. They're very capable. Natalie Portman is a great actress, and she delivers her lines in a very specific way. The whole, I hear people make fun of the whole, Anakin, you're breaking my heart. It's like, it's opera. It's supposed to be huge and outsized. It's not meant in any way to be subtle and realistic. And when people praise some of the newer Star Wars shows, like, it's Star Wars, but finally the dialogue's really good and realistic. And it's like, oh, that's not immediately what comes to mind when I think about what I love about Star Wars.
And if you tried to watch Andor without the dialogue, it would just
from what I've seen,
boring ass people just standing there for like 5 million hours doing nothing. Let's not get started on Andor. Let's not do that. Andor is yes, correct. Andor is overrated. That's true. Boring, preachy, pretentious, and emo. That's all correct. Desperately trying to be Godfather and Citizen Kane and fails miserably. Andor is
donated money just to.
I love somebody who would give me money just because they want to get their hate for Andor on the screen. I love it. It's Star Wars for people who are ashamed of Star Wars. It's like they think they don't understand why Star Wars is different than other movies, and so they're, and Tony Gilroy has said a million. There's the clip on my.
That's what really soured me on it, is how disdainful he is of.
Yeah, he hates Star Wars. He really dislikes it. It's on my Twitter if people want to see it. This clip from Tony Gilroy, and it's amazing. He just says, he's never watched most of it. He doesn't like it. He's not interested in making it. And if you get somebody who doesn't understand Star Wars, doesn't like Star Wars, and doesn't want to make Star Wars, then they make Andor. That's what they make. So, okay, one more, and then we'll. Question for Robbie. What would you say were the biggest influences for Animal Math in terms of tone and narrative or theme? Also, I want to hear his Star Wars ranking because he seems based. Okay, give your based Star Wars ranking after you talk about the influences on Animal Math.
So, you know, I love a lot of silent era stuff. And I guess Haxan might not actually be silent era, but it basically works as a silent film. I can't remember what year that came out, but I don't know if you guys are aware of Haxan, or I think it's called Witchcraft of the Ages. Hang on. There's one reason why physical media is great. Things like this where
Haxan was 1922. It's been edited with sound and music a few times, but it's
so it is silent era. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I really look to things like that, and there's Fritz Lang's.
I can't pronounce it either. But
yeah.
Anything Fritz Lang.
Yeah. You know, that stuff is really inspiring. And it may be difficult for some people to sit down and watch these days, but I think if you give it a chance, you'd be really surprised. I mean, there's some really, really shocking. I mean, for the stuff that's over 100 years old, you go back and watch this stuff, and there's something, I think there's this preconception or misconception that stuff from the 20s or whatever is going to be really stuffing and boring and old. But the thing about it is, cinema was a brand new tool, brand new language, and you can feel that sort of energy. There's like no real rules yet. Mm-hmm. And so you can feel these filmmakers just exploding with creative energy, and they see the possibilities of what this new format offers, and they're just going nuts. Somebody like George Méliès, or Méliès, I never know quite how to say that. If you're not familiar with him, you definitely know the image of the rocket landing in the moon's eye. You should hop on YouTube and watch the whole short. It's Voyage to the Moon. It's like 10 or 12 minutes or something like that. And it's incredible. And there's this really great spirit, DIY spirit that these guys brought to the table. Méliès was a magician, and he very quickly saw the link between the stagecraft of his illusions and what he could accomplish on film. I mean, he might not have been the first, but he's one of the first people to realize you could film someone, stop cranking the camera, and then like start cranking and have a puff of smoke, and the person's gone, and it looks like, you know, they've disappeared. And it seems so primitive to us, but that stuff still works because it's just like a really charming magic trick. And it, you know, if you haven't seen
just the entire concept of just a trick shot, a trick photography was new.
If you haven't seen Haxan, it'll blow your mind.
What you said about the subject matter being kind of surprising too, because there wasn't organized censorship yet. There was self-censorship, and people could complain in individual cities and localities, but there wasn't like organized censorship later, like there was later with the Catholic League and stuff. And so, yeah, a lot of times in silent movies, you'll find something that you're kind of like, whoa, you know, because you wouldn't think it would be there until the 70s or something. And
Haxan there's some very suggestive butter churning in
oh yeah, it's really sexual. Yeah,
it's kind of intense.
I think they have a couple versions of it on the Criterion channel if anybody has that.
But you know, I really look to that kind of stuff, and as far as people who specifically use the same technique, that you can look up the work of oh god, am I going to forget his name while I'm live? Hedgehog in the Fog. Do you know this film, Rick? Yuri Norstein and his wife. They did things like, I'll send you a link later, but that is specifically cut out stop motion animation. And there's really, if you haven't explored any of this, there's a really beautiful, rich tradition of this exact basic technique of stop motion paper cutouts in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, through like the 60s, through the 70s particularly, where...
Oh yeah, I think I haven't seen it, but I think maybe I've seen a clip or something. I just looked it up in it.
Yeah, Karl Zeman, the fabulous Baron Munchausen, he did specifically cut out animation films, but for something like his Baron Munchausen, which, you know, we wouldn't have Terry Gilliam and Tim Burton, all these people, they wouldn't really have the same visual style they have without him. Mm-hmm. He has this really, really unique blend of live action and cutouts and matte paintings and stop motion and all kinds of different practical effects. And it's really stunning to watch. Again, you know, we're so used to CGI where everything is possible, and you go back and watch his films, and it has, even though it may not be, you know, like stuff flying everywhere and everything you could possibly imagine, it's contained. But because it's achieved practically, and because there's such like a magic trick to it, it works on that level where you watch it, it's so immediate and charming, and you can feel the reality of it, that there's some kind of trick to it. It's not just like, you know, I really do. I have nothing against CGI, and I admire really good CGI. Obviously, we've been talking about the prequels, and that was such a groundbreaking thing. But when you go back to some of this older stuff, you can't just explain it away by going, oh, how do they do that? Well, you know, it's computers. You watch it and you go, oh, how did they do that? And it's really incredible. And you know, I could talk about this for hours, but I'll try to bring it up through time into like the 60s to the 80s in Japan. There's a lot of really incredible stuff. I love all of Kurosawa's work, but for this film in particular, if you look at his stuff from his color period, which Kagemusha, you know, George Lucas and Francis Coppola helped. He was at a stage in his career where he had this huge vision, and he, even though he's this icon and this legend, he couldn't get funding in his own country. And luckily, because of Lucas and Coppola, they'd had so much success that they were able to go over and help him get this movie made. And he made Kagemusha, I believe, was the movie that he made with them. And it has these. Kurosawa was, if all he did was paint, I would still admire the hell out of him, because, you know, it's like not enough that he's one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. His paintings are unbelievable. They're so visceral and colorful, and he didn't just go from black and white to color. He used color. And there's in particular this dream sequence where there's just this huge hand-painted sky backdrop, and he would literally go on the set and be hand painting parts of the set himself, you know, in between takes and touching things up. So stuff like that. I love a good hand painted sky. My favorite movie is The Wizard of Oz. I'm a sucker for a big painted backdrop. And Qui-Gon by Masaki Kobayashi was also, I only saw that for the first time about 4 or 5 years ago, but when I saw that, I immediately tore out several chunks of my storyboard and rethought some things, and it really influenced how I started painting skies.
If you ever see videos of, I watched a lot of Tim Burton behind the scenes stuff to make the ranking video. There's a lot of video of him on set, and he's always like, he'll have like a paintbrush in his hand, and he'll go and be like touching up the set and painting things. And he'll be like fixing things. And I love the clips of him, especially in Sleepy Hollow and Sweeney Todd. There's a bunch of clips of him like painting with the blood, and he's like he's making. Whenever you see the really bloody shot in those movies, that's like a handmade painting with by Tim Burton. You know, he was in there like drop by drop doing that. You know, and that's why it looks so completely different than, you know, realistic blood. Because it's a little thing that he just crafted. He was sitting there like, oh no, that's too much. Get rid of some of the, you know, like doing that.
I'm always really drawn to directors who are also like Tim Burton, Terry Gilliam, Guillermo del Toro. They all draw. And I was into their movies before I even really understood that. But because it just comes through. You can tell they're visual artists. And even though they might not be the actual, Tim is the concept designer on his own stuff. They you know, usually they're trying to replicate his visual look, but even if they're not the ones specifically sitting down and creating the things, that sensibility shines through, and because they're such good directors, you know, they manage to channel that through their creative teams.
In terms of like your drawing style and painting style, the two influences, I think you might have told me Maurice Sendak, but I noticed it really looked like William Blake to me. And then I noticed, you know,
I have my wall.
I didn't know that was your thing. It just looked like it to me. And then I said that, and then I saw that you actually have like the William Blake painting in the or drawing, I guess, in the.
There's a couple of them second.
Yeah, there's something I wanted you to kind of talk about the influence of like children's art and children's literature on your movie, because it's not really, I wouldn't say it's a children's movie. I don't really think it's dark enough that it would harm children, but it's not like directed at
brief
children.
instances of frontal nudity.
Yeah, that's why I say it's not strictly for kids. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a couple dicks, but
in the spirit of Michelangelo, not
right. The nudity to me strikes me like classical painting, because there's like,
it's the idea.
And I'm not sure how that really works on the, like, out of the teaser that I made, I had to cut a couple shots because there were a little bit of nudity. But to me, it's like there's a difference between that and like eroticism, because in the book I'm doing, there's a lot of drawings that are based on Caravaggio paintings and things.
Yeah.
And so I don't even think of this as like, I go to put the drawings on like Twitter, and I think, oh, well, is that, that would be considered porn according to like online censorship. But I'm drawing it's for a painting that hangs in a church. It's a Caravaggio painting from like, so it's like it's nudity, but like it's nudity that you could hang in a church. It's art. It sounds stupid to say like artistic nudity, because you could say that about anything. But
but there's, it's, if you can't understand a basic shift in tone between pornography and just like anatomy, or, I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
Just don't watch it. I'd be happy to talk about that. That before I ever got really deeply interested in film or animation or anything, that was my first love. My mom always made it a huge priority to provide me with really beautiful illustrated books as a kid. She's an incredibly talented painter, and I don't know if you're familiar with Michael Hague. I'm not going to start digging out every single one of my books, but you should look at Hague. He illustrated, like all the classics. He did Wizard of Oz and The Hobbit and Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland and all kinds of stuff. And I had this book I still have this book of dragons that he did, and he was really influenced by some of the people from the golden age of illustration. And sadly, that kind of earthy look is gone from modern kids' books. A lot of the stuff I see is just really clean and graphic designy, and it's not my favorite. I like really more textural stuff. But Maurice Sendak is like the perfect entry point. I love this kind of storybook quality, but I think the reason Sendak runs so deep is, he was writing for kids, but he was completely self-taught, and he was a real connoisseur, and he had a deep understanding and love of classical music and classical art and theater and opera. And I got this book when I wasn't a little kid. I was maybe in my early teens or something, and this has a lot of his work which I was unaware of before. Yeah, there you go.
I had that Wind in the Willows when I was a kid. That was the one that I thought when you mentioned him. Yeah,
he actually lives near me, and so that was also a really cool thing as a kid. I got to meet him a couple times. He drew a picture of Aslan in my copy of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And
oh wow, that's
he's
cool.
He's got this long flowing hair, and he's this kind of ominous presence. And seeing him as a 7-year-old is like, oh my God, I want to be a part of whatever he's doing. But Sendak didn't give a damn about what people thought kids could handle. He knew better, because he vividly, his big gift that he really brought to what he did was that he vividly remembered being a little kid. He was really sick, and he was inside a lot, and so he lived in Brooklyn, and he would sit and look out his window and watch the kids play, and he would draw them. And he read stories, and it really fueled his imagination, because he was stuck. And that, we can talk about that later, that also kind of goes into the movie that I made, because so much of it was kind of conceived while I was like really seriously sick, and I was bedridden. And so that has a way of like focusing your imagination and what's going on in your head, because there's not a whole lot of other stuff going on. But Sendak he exposed himself to all of this classical art and everything. And I have some pictures here. This was my bridge from his children's stuff, like Where the Wild Things Are, which I still reference all the time, to illustrating for operas and theater and classic mythology. This is from Penthesilea, I think is how you pronounce it. And you know, I don't know how clearly you can see it, but like there's definitely there's a decidedly more sexual tone to a lot of it, and he never
show it again. So
oh sorry. You know, he wasn't trying to shock people. And like if you've read In the Night Kitchen, where the little boy has the dream and you see him naked, it caused such an uproar. Librarians were going in and using whiteout to put little underpants on him, but to him he wasn't trying to shock or titillate. He wasn't a pervert. He just, to him, it was the most natural thing in the world that a little boy in his own dream could run around naked and not be ashamed of his body. And that, you know, that really freaked people out. But oh god, it's so dark in here.
That's still
yeah. You know, you can look up this book. It's Maurice Sendak, 1980 to the present. You can look up pictures of it online if you don't want to actually go buy the book.
I can see a waste of time on your shelf when I zoom in.
Yeah. Rick's wonderfully written and very charming and witty comic.
It's okay.
It's good.
Sorry if I interrupted what you were...
No.
Oh, wait, we didn't do the
Star Wars ranking. Yeah, we kind of got off on a tangent, but you know,
no, that's okay.
Storybooks and everything, to me, that's like the whole foundation to everything. Like, even though there's all these other like cinematic influences and stuff, to me, it all goes back to trying to create something. Like I always tell people, I don't, you know, you watch this thing on your phone or your laptop. You don't need to put it on your TV because it's kind of designed. I'm sort of dreading going to the film premiere in Austin this fall because I'm going to have to watch it on a big screen. But like it's kind of designed to be like a little. I think the message that you sent me that kind of started this whole conversation, you said is like some lost illuminated grimoire or something, and that is kind of the idea. It's like this, you know, maybe like a leather bound volume that you pulled off a shelf and you don't know what it is, and you open it up and it's full of all these drawings that kind of spring to life. So
yeah, that's kind of the aesthetic I got. A lot of that, especially with stuff like on the background right now, like the gold halo. That looks very much like, you know, in illuminated manuscripts where they would do like the gold or silver paint or whatever color they had. They'd try to add to make it look as, you know, ornate as possible.
Sure.
Stuff like that is just really cool.
Yeah, and that is actual like metallic gold paint. So that's part of the fun about playing around with stuff like this, because the drawings aren't scanned in with digital effects added later. I'm literally just moving a lamp around frame by frame and letting the light play off of.
And then the way you light it is so great. Some of the shots that they have like a really moody kind of flickering, you know, almost kind of candlelight kind of look, and it adds a lot to the drawings.
Oh, thank you. Oh God, Star Wars ranking. So I have a lot of ties in my Star Wars ranking, and I think I recently saw somebody was on your Twitter was like furious with you because you put Return of the Jedi at the top, I think, and Empire was lower, and they're like, this has to be a gimmick, right? You know,
yeah.
I thought I was
trolling.
Very, very high on my list. I was 9 when I saw it, and it could not have been a better age. I had Jar Jar swim trunks. I ran around my yard all day with a giant dowel, pretending that I was Darth Maul.
I think one incredible. Of your clips I included the clip specifically because it shows in your studio you have a little Jar Jar Lego. I think it might be this one. I clicked on the wrong one. I just played that just to show that. There you go. Whatever.
I got him.
I was trying to show your Jar Jar, and it was covered up by the super chat when I showed it.
Oh no, I got him in person.
I also had this. This one.
I had the Harry Potter audiobook in the background.
I had those clips just to show that you're a legit nerd with the Star Wars stuff.
I've got my George Lucas picture that you were admiring the other day of him surrounded by Ewoks and 3PO up right there.
So
yeah. Oh God. I mean, that's not my number one. It's very hard. Revenge of the Sith, Empire, Return of the Jedi, Phantom Menace, they all kind of exist at the top, and then A New Hope and Attack of the Clones are kind of close seconds. I love them all. That's the beauty of what he did. It's not the same goddamn movie over and over again, like apparently people like J.J. Abrams thought we wanted. You know, I don't want to see 5 other desert planets. I want to see an underwater city full of warrior amphibian people. I want to see you know, the fungus planet in Revenge of the Sith. There's so many incredible ideas, and it's just so unfair how they're judged. Like,
it's hard to rank them because they're all completely different. At the same time, it's all one movie, so it's hard. Like, you don't rank the chapters of a book. Like when you read a book, like, oh, chapter 3 was my favorite chapter. You know, it's one book. That's why when I made a Star Wars ranking video, the video that pissed this guy off, it was the criteria I made so I could actually rank it. The criteria was how closely I thought it came to Lucas achieving his vision for the given episode. And that's why if you use that criteria, Empire Strikes Back is the last. And I'm not saying Empire Strikes Back is a bad movie.
No,
I'm just saying it's the one that goes furthest from Lucas's idea of, you know, how his rules about how you build a Star Wars movie. Empire Strikes Back is obviously the most kind of off book, you know. But I was never saying Empire Strikes Back was bad. That was just the criteria to.
But that's why it's the best one, Rick, because people who knew what they were doing finally, you know, got it away from Lucas.
Right, it's the same. Make a decent movie. People that hate Andor, like they like Star Wars because it's not Star Wars, and they don't like Star Wars, so they're like, oh, I like that. It's like, right, you don't like Star Wars. That's what you're saying. But
yeah, I think because there's laser guns and stuff, like when you saw it when you were 5, it made you feel really grown up or something. Look, I've got a shelf full of kids' books and stuff. I'm an illustrator. I'm working on two or three picture books right now. I'm perfectly comfortable with Ewoks and Jar Jar. Because I'm also I like Beethoven and William Blake, so I've reconciled it. I'm not trying to be a snob. Right. It's just like I can like little kid stuff because I evolved beyond it, and I can genuinely laugh at Jar Jar tripping over a pit droid and not feel embarrassed because I haven't built my entire identity around it. And I think I was so relieved to find you because it's like, oh my God, here's another person who is completely obsessed with Star Wars and could talk about it for hours. And yet, like there's other stuff out there. You could go watch Hidden Fortress, there's Kurosawa movies and stuff. You could see the things that influenced George, and that might give you a deeper appreciation of it. And it's so hard to go down that road without sounding totally snarky and bitchy, but there's a whole, you don't need endless Disney Star Wars content. There's an entire world. We could just all stop making art forever, and you could spend 1,000 lifetimes doing nothing but watching all the movies that have come before, and it'll blow your mind. Watch a Mike Leigh movie or something. There's other things going on.
That's what I try to make people understand all the time, is that, I don't have any. That's why I wanted to talk to you about the influence of children's art on your movie, because I don't have any problem with children's entertainment. I'm sitting here in front of like a wall of superhero shit. I've got. I've got like.
Do you have this book?
I don't have that one. No, didn't J.W. Rensler? Yeah, I knew that was one of his. But I mean, I'm sitting here in front of like a shelf of Ninja Turtles and shit. My point is that it's not that like I'm too good for kids entertainment. It's just that you have to understand that there's other stuff in the world, and at some point you have to learn to like adult stuff too. And that's to me what Andor is it's people, rather than admitting that Star Wars is for children and learning to like adult stuff, they're just like, oh, I'm just going to pretend like Star Wars is this like, dark thing for adults. And
it's had Ewoks since 1983, man. Luke is trained by a Muppet.
And this is the alternative that people come up with. Instead of evolving to learn about adult entertainment, they try to make Star Wars or Superman into dark, gritty stuff for 40-year-olds, and it's not what it is. There's
it's
only
a dude
so much
in blue tights, like let it be what it is.
There's only so much you can bend something before it breaks, and there's only you could tell different types of Star Wars stories, but there's they're fundamental things to Star Wars that if you remove them, it's no longer Star Wars. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand all the time. Is they think when I'm talking about how I like the prequels, I'm trying to say that the prequels are that I'm trying to say that there's something that they're not.
Yeah.
And it's you gotta like them for what they are, and that's why you like Jar Jar, because it's part of what it is, because it's for 12-year-olds.
Sure.
But
I remember walking out of the theater after seeing that as a 9-year-old, and like the first thing I did, walk into the car like a Gungan. It was great, you know. I almost fell out of my seat laughing when Boss Nass shakes his jowls, and you know, you carry that with you. Our nostalgia and the time we saw it is. I totally understand. I don't blame somebody who went and saw A New Hope in 1977 as a 12-year-old, and they're in their. Sorry, I can't do the math, but if say you're in your 30s or your 40s and you go to see Phantom Menace for the first time, I totally get why you might not like it. But again, it's really not for you. It was for me. I was 9 in 1999, and it was for me. And I watched it. You know, my most watched movies are Return of the Jedi, Phantom Menace, and like Shrek. I wore those tapes out.
See, I was too old for Shrek, but I was still the right age for Phantom Menace. But
Yeah,
I'm like about 6 years older than you.
it drives me nuts though that there is this weird, like, you know, A New Hope it's a rollicking adventure, and Luke is just as corny and whiny as Anakin is in Attack of the Clones. People just for some reason they overlook, you know, he's like, no, it looks like I'm going nowhere. It's
that's what I was going to say earlier when you were talking about that the movies are full of great actors. I was going to say, have you ever seen the Hayden Christensen movie Shattered Glass?
I haven't actually. I saw him as a little kid in something a while back.
Like about 5 people saw Shattered Glass, but it's that was him kind of trying to do like a serious indie drama, and he plays a journalist, Stephen Glass. It's a true story, but he's great in that movie, and he doesn't talk like Anakin. That's not how Hayden Christensen talks. You know, he's with Anakin, he's doing this really particular thing of he was trying to bridge the voices of Jake Lloyd to the voice of James Earl Jones.
That's kind of feat.
It's not fucking easy, you know.
No.
and so he's doing this really pretty. But if you watch like Shattered Glass, he's playing like a real life person, and it's you know, an indie movie and everything, and he's really, really good. And when you were just talking about Boss Nass, you know, that's Brian Blessed, who's like a Shakespearean actor. You know, he's done all these amazing things. Anyway, no, we did get off on a tangent, but I want to keep talking about, you know, your movie and not just the.
No, it's all good. It all ties together, you know.
Well, I was trying to relate the question to your movie.
Yeah, and you know, it was. It's definitely influenced by kids' stories and stuff right now. So I've got a little 3-month-old baby right now, and even though he's doesn't know what the hell is going on, I'm reading The Never-Ending Story to him out loud, which I had actually never read the book, which, you know, it's a German book, and it's incredible. It's definitely a kid's book, but it's full of some really, really existential, weighty themes. And you know, the film, it's definitely like a little more plushy and stuff than the book is and stuff, but I was going to say this earlier. It drives me nuts that something like Never-Ending Story doesn't get the kind of flack or that Phantom Menace does, because to me it's kind of the same thing. It's this colorful fantasy world that's designed to help kids grapple with big choices and big emotional issues. And yet nobody looks at The Never-Ending Story and like rips it apart because of the corny dialogue or because there's like goofy gnomes and stuff in it. I see it as accomplishing the same task. And there's plenty of, you know, 40-year-olds who love that movie because they grew up with it, and they don't cast that same critical eye on it. But there's just something really weird about Star Wars, maybe because there was such a big gap. And
I saw a
lot people
of
like this kind of schizophrenic thing that happens where they can't reconcile their memory of the movies that came out when they were a kid with the newer movies that came out.
There's a lot of Never-Ending Story in your movie too.
Sure, yeah.
So is that wrong? The wolf reminded me a lot of Never-Ending Story.
Yeah, I mean, none of that is conscious.
The music too.
You know, it comes
to the music for the American version of American.
Giorgio Moroder,
yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely. I've got my my Moog synthesizer right here. All of the music was composed and played on these 2 keyboards, and then my really good friends in Nashville added some drums and guitar. But yeah, it's definitely inspired by some of that kind of stuff that's like really Moog synthesizer driven.
And that's another thing, guys. If you don't know, that Robbie not only animated this entire thing by hand like a crazy person, but he also did all the music himself, which is unbelievable. It's really great music.
Hey Rick, do you have
the preview that I played at the beginning of the video? That's his music.
Do you have a slightly longer clip you could play while I pee? Or you can answer a Star Wars question that's directed at you.
Yeah, that's fine. Go. I'll just answer some of these super chats.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so he needed a short break. I'm going to do some of these super chats. And guys, I am going to get to all of the super chats. I appreciate you doing that. I'm just, we're going to talk for a while because there's lots to talk about. So yeah, we'll get around to it. This is another one. I appreciate people that are spending money just so that they can bash Andor on screen. I like that. Andor is more overrated than an In-N-Out burger. You know, the difference between Andor and an In-N-Out burger is that I kind of like In-N-Out burgers. So I'd say that they're a whole lot better than Andor. Given the nature of the Clone Wars Season 7 as a show that had its roots in Lucas's plans for the show, but were altered when Disney revived it, rather than flat out abandon the story, what did you think of the final 4 episodes of the Clone Wars Season 7? I watched it, but I barely even remember it, to be honest. It was kind of like after Rebels and everything, I was just kind of checked out of Disney Star Wars already. I know that did sort of have its roots and stuff that they were still working on, but I don't think it was really exactly what Lucas was planning, because he was doing a whole lot of stuff with Clone Wars when he left, and they just kind of shit-canned it all for no reason. Along with, you guys remember Star Wars Detours? It's supposed to be a Star Wars comedy show that was supposed to come out, and Disney threw it away. I think they made like a whole season of that, and it's just gone. So I think those are just things that we'll never really know about. I don't think the Clone Wars Season 7 was really what Lucas really planned. But, you know, it had its moments. Let me see. And I'm trying to do super chats that I don't... Oh, Robbie's back. Okay. I was trying to do super chats that I thought were less relevant to Robbie, but now Robbie's back, so...
Oh, I mean, go for it. Yeah, I'm happy to talk about your stuff.
No, it's okay. We're going to talk about both. Who do you feel are the most overrated and underrated filmmakers? I'd also love to hear your thoughts on the unique relation between the director and the cinematographer.
Oh, hey, James.
James was from the last video. He was another one.
I was just revisiting your video before I came on, so I could like reconcile talking to Rick myself. And that was a really great discussion. I enjoyed it immensely.
I have had amazing luck with all my guests. Have been super interesting, cool people. So,
James and I are in incredible company with Rensler and Paul Duncan. I mean, my God.
I was super spoiled with my first 2 guests ever were like far and away the 2 best ever behind the scenes Star Wars books, and I got the author of both. So
yeah,
especially lucky to get J.W. Rensler.
Wasn't that
Rensler?
He might have been the last interview, like among the last interviews he did before he died.
It was close to the. I don't think it was. It was close because he was. Before we knew that he was sick and that he was going to die, he was trying to do the blog and stuff to talk about his experience with Disney Star Wars, and Disney shut him down and made him take down his blog and everything. So that might have been like his last testament, and Disney shut it down.
I've got one of his books here, and then he did. If y'all couldn't hear it before, I was playing Ewok sounds off of this. Before he wrote this book with. If you're a Star Wars fan, go find this book. My childhood friend got this for me, and it's really a Ben Burt book, and it has, you can play. I don't know if you can hear that. You can play the sound effects, and then you can go to the corresponding number, and Ben Burt just explains like how he created the sound.
It's a cool book. Yeah, I've seen it. I don't have it, but Rensler wrote so many amazing books. He wrote just everything. He wrote like one of the best books about the Alien movies too, or at least first. I think the first and second Alien movie. But anyway,
I want to get Paul Duncan's Planet of the Apes book.
Paul Duncan. I tried to talk to him about other stuff besides Star Wars, because Paul Duncan, he wrote the Star. He had the amazing interview with Lucas, where Lucas said all kinds of stuff he's never said before, but he also. Duncan's wrote books about everybody. He's Charlie Chaplin and Hitchcock and everybody. So
did he do a Bergman book too?
I think so. He's just done a million amazing books, and so I was super spoiled to have those guys. Like for my, I don't know why they agreed to do my dumb little show, but Rensler too.
You really care about this stuff. Watching.
Well, Rinsler too is he was one of the sweetest guys I've ever met. After we went off, we weren't broadcasting anymore. He just hung out and talked with me about Star Wars and working at Lucasfilm and everything for like 2 hours after.
That's
That's
sweet.
I was so spoiled. He's just the nicest guy in the world. So yeah, very, very sad that he died soon after that.
Yeah.
All
right, Rick, I'm daunted by this question.
I was going to make you go first.
Okay. Unique relation between the director and the cinematographer. I mean, I don't have any hands-on experience with this as an animator. I light my own stuff, and my lighting setup is pretty simple. But okay, here's a good example. I'm a pretty big Tarkovsky fan, and if you a lot of what Tarkovsky's brilliant, and he's a poet, and his movies are gorgeous. But I was pretty surprised to watch his post-Soviet stuff that he did kind of in exile in Italy. And I feel terrible. I can't think of his Russian cinematographer's name, but it's a really good lesson in like just how much a cinematographer can provide to the tone of a movie. If you watch his Soviet era stuff and then go watch his movies that he did in Italy, like Nostalgia, all of the visual poetry and like what's actually contained within the image, and how he's directing the actors and the dialogue, that's all there, but there's definitely something missing. And again, I feel terrible, I can't remember the photographer's name, but like it just showed me how absolutely crucial his cinematographer in Russia was to the this kind of like transcendent quality of something like Stalker or Mirror. They just glow. They're like Renaissance paintings or something. I just want to live inside of Stalker. Like you can feel the fog and the mud and the dirt. It's really gorgeous. I'm a big cinephile, but like I'm not so technically minded to like really get deeper beyond that. But like I can see, or somebody like Sven Nykvist with if I said that right, with Bergman's work, like it would just be big close-ups of people's faces. If it wasn't beautifully lit, then it becomes like this psychic landscape or something. Ultimately film is and that's why I wanted to, sorry to try to plug my little cartoon into this, why I wanted to work with physical, why I wanted to work with physical materials is because then it's it's a work of photography, and that's the director is obviously a very, very important person, but then when it comes down to it, you have somebody in charge of operating the camera, which is what is capturing all of this stuff and dictating what's going on with the lights. That's like that's your brush, that's your I don't exactly know what the direct analogy would be to painting or illustration or something, but like that's the tool that you're working with. And so if a director doesn't have a good cinematographer, it could all fall apart. I'm really blown away by somebody like Paul Thomas Anderson, who like lately he is his own cinematographer. That's pretty rare.
I was going to say it depends on the director, because there's some directors that really have, even if they're not their own cinematographer, they have a really, really strong aesthetic about how they want things to be lit and everything. And the cinematographer is, it's important the work that they do, but they're there in service of a very particular thing that the director wants. And then there's other directors that, Kubrick movies look like Kubrick movies. It doesn't matter who else is working there.
Well, he's a photographer too, so like even if somebody else is photographing it, he knows exactly what the hell he's talking about when it comes to lenses. And
he really understood. I mean, even Barry Lyndon, he like built his own cameras. He really understood like the mechanics of photography. There's other people like Woody Allen. You can tell a Woody Allen movie a mile away. They're unmistakably Woody Allen movies, every shot. But he also really lets the cinematographers go to town. And that's a big part of Woody Allen is he's always got just the very best people to be his cinematographers.
Did he work with a lot? I don't know who he worked with. Did he?
Yeah, you can really. I mean, he like in the 80s, and I think probably through the early 90s, he worked a lot with Gordon Willis, who shot The Godfather. He worked with Coppola a lot. So a lot of Woody Allen's movies from those periods have these just really rich shadows and sepia tones that are really beautiful to look at. And then you look at a few of Woody's recent ones he did with Vittorio Storaro. With Storaro did Dick Tracy.
Barcelona.
Yeah, he did Dick Tracy. He did Wonder Wheel. You know, if you look at Wonder Wheel, it's got those really hyper-saturated colors, just the really, really intense blues and reds and everything. And you can see like, oh, this is the guy that lit Dick Tracy is doing a Woody Allen movie, you know? And
it's cool.
You could almost, if I just showed you shots from certain Woody Allen movies, you could probably guess like, oh, that's Gordon Willis, you know? And Woody's comfortable with that because I think his style is really in like the cutting and the camera movement and the dialogue and the acting. And so, and then, you know, he can kind of give it to a cinematographer, say like, give me some beautiful colors and beautiful shadows, you know, and trust, and he can do that because he gets, by virtue of his reputation, he just gets the very best people in the world to work with him over and over.
And that's really amazing when they develop that kind of shorthand. Like, I remember hearing the Coen brothers talk about working with Roger Deakins, and like at first, maybe the first couple movies, they were telling him like, it's got to look like this. Eventually, though, you know, they saw what he was capable of, and now it's just he shows up and they say, do your thing, and they know each other well enough that he just automatically is able to tap into what they're going after, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
I feel like I'd be too mean to answer the most overrated. I can't, nobody springs to mind at the moment. I have directors that I can't stand, but I don't know if they're overrated.
Which ones can't you stand?
It's one of the, I mean, there's some,
is that bait?
Yeah, I don't want to get too snipey.
I do all the time, so I'm past the point of worrying about hurting people's feelings because it's too late. I have my people I'm on enemies list. I'm sure. So come on, what's the director you really hate that you really?
I'm going to use my brain power to try and think of an underrated,
a successful director that gets a lot of.
I mean, it's all the, you know, there's all the obvious ones like Michael Bay and Brett Ratner, and so, but by the way, I saw your
yeah, but they're not overrated.
Directed by Brett Ratner joke in your comic.
That was my ultimate nightmare, is Calvin and Hobbes directed. But I mean, people know that Brett Ratner's a hack. Somebody that's that level of commercial success, but people talk about him like he's a real director, like Zack Snyder, for instance.
So, okay,
I had to do it.
This isn't. I'm just looking at my shelf for inspiration. Like, this isn't the exact same question, but like I look at something like, you know, Frankenstein and the Bride of Frankenstein. I think the iconography of those characters completely overshadows the art of James Whale. Like James Whale is, you know, you look at Todd Browning, who did the original Dracula. Like, he's incredible. If you've seen Freaks or the stuff he did with Lon Chaney,
yeah.
You know, he's obviously an incredible director. But like, there's this kind of awkward thing that happens when it comes to Dracula, because it's like talkies were new. They didn't really know how to do. Is this just a play now? How do we handle the sound?
Yeah, but he made a lot of amazing movies.
He knew what he was doing. That's just kind of an
Freaks is amazing.
instance.
Yeah.
But then you get to James Whale's movies like Invisible Man and stuff, and like we all know the monsters. But if you try to strip away the oversaturation of those characters in culture, like everyone knows Boris Karloff's Frankenstein, whether you've seen the movie or not, just like, you know, King Kong or Pinocchio or Sherlock Holmes or whatever. But like, you know, the sneaky themes that he's bringing in, and the way he uses the camera, and the kind of subversive campiness that he brings to it, that's all him, and that goes beyond Karloff or you know, the kind of poster image that we have of the creature, and you know, and he's a fascinating guy.
I thought you were about to say that you don't like James Whale, and I was about to argue with you because I.
Oh no! And I mean, God, like how many out gay filmmakers were there in the 1930s? For God's sake.
Well, I think there's
he was out, wasn't he? People knew.
Well, you know what they called an open secret. Everybody in Hollywood knew.
Have you seen Of Gods and Monsters with Ian McKellen and Brendan Fraser?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite. I have an original theatrical poster for Gods and Monsters in my living room.
I thought you might know. I haven't actually seen it. But, yeah.
Yeah, the book is great too. I'm well, not like close friends, but acquaintances with Christopher Bram, who wrote the book. And I sent him A Waste of Time when I wrote it, because he was like one of the first people I could think of that I really wanted him to read A Waste of Time, because Gods and Monsters, and I saw the movie first, and then I read the book, which is called Father of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a huge influence on me. It's an amazing movie if you guys haven't seen that. But yeah, I think if people just know if they just know the imagery of Bride of Frankenstein, they know like the famous shots and everything. When they actually watch that movie, it's a surprise because it's not the movie that you expect.
No,
It's a really, really strange, funny movie.
I'm really curious for Guillermo del Toro's new version. I don't know if you saw his stop motion Pinocchio.
I did
But you know,
Pinocchio,
he's not just adapting the book, and he's not doing a remake of the Disney. It's definitely like his own Pinocchio, and he brings elements from all the different versions, and it's his own vision. But like I saw with his Frankenstein that he's doing, Pretorius is a character, and it played by Christoph Waltz. And like Pretorius he's not in Mary Shelley's book. He's only in Bride of Frankenstein. So I thought that was really fascinating that
Pretorius is a James Whale thing, and it's a very gay James Whale thing
for sure. Yeah,
it's super.
My only guys.
that was a that was a gay type at the time. Like that was sort of like the bachelor uncle that just everybody knows he's gay, but nobody really talks about it. That's what Pretorius was. Yeah.
What's that actor's name?
Ernest, the actor. What is his name?
Something. Anyway, if y'all, I'm sure everybody watching has seen Rick's prequel video and stuff, and if you've seen him compare the imagery of Anakin's rebirth into Darth Vader and everything, and like it's good to be kind of surface level familiar with that imagery, but like if you haven't seen Frankenstein, but particularly Bride of Frankenstein, go, if you want to wait till Halloween or something, but go watch it. It's an incredibly entertaining movie. It is very funny.
Yeah.
And not like, oh, haha, look how silly this old movie is. It's like, it's very intentionally witty and subversive. It knows what it's doing.
Ernest Thesiger.
There you go.
Have you seen James Whale's Old Dark House?
No, I don't think I've seen the whole thing. I think it was like on the Criterion live stream or something.
It was, yeah. That's great. That's another kind of horror movie that he did. That it had Boris Karloff, but he also did. He did Showboat, which is a really cool movie. And it's not a horror movie at all.
Also, fun fact connecting his Frankenstein to Star Wars again. If something I learned from this J.W. Rensler book, Palpatine's electricity bolts in Return of the Jedi were recorded from Ben Burt found the guy who had the original laboratory props from Frankenstein's lab, and they actually, that's not a special effect, like they actually produced electricity, and he recorded that, and so Frankenstein's lab is used for Palpatine's Force lightning, which is kind of amazing.
Yeah, somebody asked me in the last live stream, the movies that they should watch first to see Lucas's influences, and there's Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein all over Star Wars.
Sure.
In ways like that, in specific shots, but also in thematically, there's a lot of it in there, but also just stuff like that, like the actual Ben Burt was a huge fan, so there's Frankenstein sound effects and all kinds of stuff. But did you say that you saw Gods and Monsters, or that you didn't?
I haven't. I just I know about it. But I
okay. Because what you were just talking
about, never-ending list of movies I'm trying to get around to.
Yeah, what you were just talking about. There's a scene in there, Gods and Monsters. If you guys don't know, masterpiece. You should all watch it. And it's a good introduction to James Whale and a good introduction into like classic 30s, 40s Universal horror movies. But the story of the movie is it's when James Whale is an old man and he's dying. It's near the end of his life, and he meets this younger man, and they kind of become friends. Whatever, that's the story. But there's a scene where the younger
Brendan
guy,
Fraser, right?
Yeah, Brendan Fraser. Yeah. The Brendan Fraser character hasn't seen any of James Whale's movies. He gets a job at James Whale's house as a gardener, and they start talking. And then he hears that one of Bride of Frankenstein is going to be on TV. And so he goes to watch Bride of Frankenstein on TV. And he watches it at a bar with his friends. And his friends are laughing at it because they're making fun of it. They're like, oh, haha, it's so campy. They're all, because this is like, they're in the 50s or 60s now. So they're like superior to this old movie from the 30s. And Brendan Fraser gets really upset because they're disrespecting the movie of this guy that the director that he knows. And then they cut to Ian McKellen. Ian McKellen plays James Wales, and they cut to Ian McKellen at home watching his own movie on TV, and he's just like busting up laughing at the movie because it was meant to be funny. Yeah, it's this great scene where they interact, like the different way that people interact with art. They show like, you know, the young guy's kind of laughing at it in like a derisive way, and Brendan Fraser's getting mad because he's trying to defend it, and then you know, Ian McKellen, the director, is laughing at it in the way that it's intended, which was a comedy, a camp. He's laughing at all the like the camp stuff with Dr. Pretorius and everything. Yeah. But it's that's a really great sequence, just kind of showing like how different generations will approach the same piece of art. It's really interesting to see. Did we kind of already answered this? So that's overrated.
Yeah, that's a good question, James.
I said Zack Snyder's overrated because I can't resist a chance to have Zack Snyder people coming after me. Okay, let's go to the next one. Learned recently Jar Jar's actor showed ILM Gundam. I don't know anything about Gundam.
Oh, okay. I think I can explain this to you, Rick. If you watch Light and Magic, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think what they're saying here is they're referring to the story where Rob Coleman, the animation director on the prequels, he gets the script and it's talking about the lightsaber battle between Yoda and Count Dooku, where you see Yoda fight for the very first time, and it says in a fight that defies description. And Rob is like sweating bullets, and he goes to George and says,
"Oh yeah, that's what Ahmed Best talked about showing Rob Coleman." Okay,
like, so what does this mean? And George just goes, "That's for you to figure out." And obviously, Ahmed Best, Jar Jar, and Rob Coleman were tight because they worked in conjunction to create Jar Jar, and they're just talking, and Rob is like, "God, I don't know what I'm going to do about this." And we have Ahmed Best to thank. Ahmed Best said, "Hey, come over to my pad. We're going to watch anime and kung fu movies." And Rob had not been exposed to this fighting style where people are just kind of like defying gravity. Instantly it clicked, and he's like, I know how to handle Yoda.
I didn't remember that it was
I didn't know that Star Wars had inspired Gundam. I missed that, but I might be totally missing the point of this, but I feel like maybe you're referring to
you're right. That's because I don't know Gundam, but if you guys haven't seen the Light and Magic show, I have problems with it because it's kind of biased against George Lucas. But
there's some good stuff in it, though.
Yeah, there's really interesting interviews, and the one that Robbie was talking about with Rob Coleman has a really interesting story talking about how Ahmed Best helped him with the Yoda fight scene in Attack of the Clones. It's really cool that they were like watching anime and stuff together to do the Yoda fight.
Yeah.
AI is a useful tool. Saw an AI picture story of the old video game Metal Gear. Was an entertaining watch, but would have been far better had they bothered to edit the script and pictures shown.
Sure. I'm not. I want to, put on the record, like, just because I made this movie by hand and stuff, like, I'm not saying my clunky stop motion animation style is like the way to go. That's just how I wanted to do things, and I don't think AI across the board like should not be used or is bad or wrong. I think it could be a good tool, but there is I think in most instances of what I see, it's not being used as a tool. It's being used. A tool is something that you are using to articulate your vision. A tool doesn't create its own thing and spit it out. You don't like. Everyone wants to say like it's just like anything. It's like when things started being automated instead of handmade a century ago. Blah blah blah. I would argue AI is not just the next step. It's not cars versus horses and buggies. It's something distinctly different. When you are outsourcing the actual creative conceptual process to something that you have nothing to do with other than telling it like you want to see fucking Jurassic Park in the style of Tim Burton, sorry, it's a different thing entirely. I do think it can be used as a tool, but there's like a line that is crossed, and who's going to step in and tell you where that line is? Like, the floodgate has opened, and nobody's gonna come in and monitor this like ethical border of like, well, we can use it to like streamline things and make it easier, but it's already the Wild West. Like people, it's it's already ripping off people's art left and right. And to me, that's what it comes down to. It doesn't matter how useful it is. The only way it works is by thieving the work of people who invested their entire lives in establishing a skill set, whether it's photography or painting or whatever. If you can type in, I want this in the style of whoever, it's not okay.
The line is the difference between if you're using a tool to facilitate your own creativity, or if you're using a tool to replace your creativity, to do the creative part. And I don't have a problem with it if you're like, if you have an idea and you're using it for some technical aspect of the, like I've already, I'm looking at using, it's kind of a tool to create, like I use like Blender a little bit and Daz 3D a little bit to make my 2D drawings. I use those things, or I'm just barely starting to. This hasn't shown up in any of the comics that you already read, but what I'm doing with it is making like 3D models of my characters, and then that way I can put it in there and I can light it and I can play with the lighting, and then that's just sort of like I can get like an idea of the shadows and the or what if I do like a really crazy camera angle, you know? And so
people
I can
do
like
that by making little plasticine models and photographing. I know plenty of illustrators that do that. That's a similar.
And that's exactly what I used to make clay models of my cartoon characters. And I make clay models and I'd set the clay models up on a table and I'd move a lamp around. And I'm doing the same thing just in Daz 3D now or Blender or whatever. I don't see that as a problem because I still made the character and I'm still making the lighting choice, you know. I'm just using the program instead of using a lamp on my table, you know. I don't think that that's a problem. And I'm using it a little bit for human characters because I can't get a model for everything, and sometimes I want correct anatomy. So what I've done is for some of my characters, I've made like a body type in Daz 3D, and then I'll do a pose in there, and so I'll see if I do this pose, like this is how his arm goes, you know, and then I'll use that pose as photo reference to make my drawing, right? I don't see a problem with that.
Well, and I go in just like you might type in, give me blah, blah, blah in the style of Michelangelo. I all the time I go and grab my Michelangelo book or Gustave Doré or something when I'm looking for a classical pose. And I don't copy them exactly, but I of course, artists, we reference things, we use all kinds of tools. You go out in the world and look at a real tree and try to draw that, you build a model. Like we assimilate, we take data and references and spit it out in our own thing. The difference is like, if you honestly think that AI coldly scraping data off of people's work and configuring it into something is the same thing as a human artist, like having a relationship with another person's work and having memories of like when they encountered that work and thoughts about it, and they live with that in their head and it comes through naturally in their own style, that's entirely a different thing. Like there's so many, a lot of people see the similarity between my work and Old Rico, the author who did the Rainbow Goblins. He actually was also the concept designer for the film of The Neverending Story. Like that's very true. It's not even a really conscious thing. It's just I saw that book at a young enough age that it's just baked into my DNA. But I'm sorry, that's not the same thing at all as telling your computer to like rip off his style, because that's something that's completely baked into my personality and my way of seeing the world. Like when I walk in the forest, my love of Tolkien and certain painters that it all goes into how I'm seeing the forest around me and how I'm interpreting all of it, and that's just.
And it has emotional resonance for you. It has an emotional resonance, and it helps you express something about your own life because it means something to you, symbolically or emotionally. It means something to you, and I get really annoyed with like those accounts that are like comic book fans do this a lot, because comic book fans are like, they're kind of like Star Wars. They know about the one genre that they like, but they don't know a lot about the broader world of art. And obviously, I'm talking generally. I'm talking about a lot of comic book fans. I'm not talking about
nobody here.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about every single comic. I feel like I have to specify that I'm talking broadly. I'm not saying every one of you, but there's a lot of comic book fans. You see those accounts that they're like a swipe file, and they find like, oh, he swiped this pose from that panel, you know, and they post that as though they're finding a theft, like he stole something. And I hate, you have to not understand creativity at all because if you know artists, for one thing, artists use photo reference for everything, or photo reference or other art. You use reference for everything.
Mm-hmm.
One of those, I think it's Jack Kirby or somebody like that, like a silver golden age guy that, you know, especially back then when they were cranking out stuff on a deadline, he said the only reason that you would draw something is if you don't have something to trace. Because, you know, he got every single pose that he did in his comics was from some photograph somewhere. But that's the difference, is if you're using the reference to create something new, that's the distinction. You have to be transforming it into something new. It can't just be a one-to-one copy. You have to be adding something of your own to it. And then that's not theft, that's just art. It's whether you're actually using a photograph or whether Bob Dylan is quoting a lyric from a 200-year-old folk song. That's every piece of art it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It always comes from something different. The distinction is if you're transforming it into something new. AI is not transforming it into anything new because there's no intention, because AI isn't going, oh, I see this Tim Burton thing and I would like to express something about my own life. AI is saying, I am taking this Tim Burton data and I'm converting it based on a set of input prompts, which is a completely different thing, you know.
To be fair, just in case somebody stumbles across this in 100 years, you know, I don't want to seem totally outdated and goofy. Like I have seen some instances where people embrace the inherent qualities of AI. Like I've seen stuff where it really embraces like the freakiness of AI, something that like a human just never could even think of, because it's doing something that like defies our understanding of physics or how something goes together. Like some of that stuff is really interesting. But again, you know, it's like an Instagram clip. I don't know how that would be translated into like a larger piece of work or something. I think if an artist has a really original vision and they're using prompts as a way of like honing what the AI is giving them, and if you can get to a point where you really are like almost sculpting it with words, I'm never going to respect that as much as somebody who just like went and sculpted or painted the thing themselves, because like it's completely a product of that person's hand. But I could see some merit in that, just to be fair. But I just
you're afraid that the robot overlords are going to get mad at you if they watch this video in a few years.
But you know, it's just too new. Like you know, it must have been infuriating. Painting for so long, the aim was to like paint as realistically as possible, and then photography comes along. It must have been absolutely infuriating. But of course, that then pushed painting into a completely new realm, and you get, you know, Picasso and stuff like that. They're no longer trying to achieve hyperrealism. They're expressing something entirely different, and in a different but, you know, kind of similar way. With like partway, I have a tendency to be very obsessive, you know, about what I'm working on. And when I started seeing all this AI stuff coming up on social media while I was working on this project, I very quickly just like stopped worrying so much about polishing everything. It's like, okay, I wanted to highlight the texture of the paper. I wanted to highlight my kind of slightly unfinished pencil strokes here and there. I wanted to leave these telltale signs that you were looking at a actual piece of paper that was drawn on by hand, and no longer trying to make it this perfectly polished thing. So in a similar way, it kind of pushed me away from trying to make everything so perfect, and I think it pushed me in a slightly more interesting direction. So, you know, it's just so new, and it's moving. Things are moving at a much faster pace than they ever have before, and so like we're still grappling with it. And I don't want to be, you know, the person that's like, oh, you know, this internet thing's never going to catch on. But, you know, at the same time, just because a new technology comes along, you don't have to dive headfirst into it and say, that's just how it is now. It's like, AI is a different beast. I'm sorry. It's a new, we've broken through a barrier. This is not just another incremental step from painting to photography, from horse-drawn buggy to car. This is a new thing.
Well, there's an adaptive period. There has to be
Sure.
pushback. You get industrialization in factories, and it's like, wow, it's great. Factories can do this work, and then, but for a while, you have kids like 6-year-olds working in factories and stuff, and you have to, okay, the law has to be changed to accommodate the new technology. We have to deal with what we have here that we didn't have before, and there's a learning period. And then what you had before becomes desirable in like a retro way, like what you're talking about, like that you can see the paper texture and you can see that'll become a desirable aesthetic, like how kids today that have never owned a VHS tape and they're editing their Instagram videos digitally and they'll use a filter to make it look like it's filmed on VHS.
Yeah,
it'll become like that. It becomes like everything gets churned over and becomes part of, but there's it's like you're saying that you can't just say it's just the way it is and just leave it alone. There's a period of learning how to deal with it.
There's plenty of new technologies that we've completely incorporated into our daily life that were clearly a mistake. I mean, nobody would know about my work if it wasn't for social media, so I have to be very grateful for it. But there's no denying it's completely poisoned our attention spans and our literacy and all kinds of other things.
I think social media is, I think a net negative.
I can market myself, and that's beautiful. But and it's connecting me with you and other interesting people around the world.
I go on Twitter because it's a way to communicate with people, but it's an absolute sewer. It's just the worst thing. It's the worst thing that's ever existed in the history of the world, Twitter.
I just for 30 seconds, your cortisol levels are immediately through the roof, and you're just going around just stewing. It's like, you just want to I just want to go pet my cat and not think about 1,000 different people's opinions on the new Star Wars TV show or something.
I've started blocking people a lot more on Twitter, and I need to learn just to ignore people, because I started, if I post a comment and somebody has a stupid reply, I started blocking them, and I was like, no, you should just ignore them, because you can't block everybody. That's childish. But I just started to feel like I just want to be able to talk without hearing all this noise coming back at you. It's like just so terrible. But I just started thinking like, I don't need you in my mind. Just block, and that's not healthy either, because then you're just like making your little bubble smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to get to the next question because I'm falling behind.
Sure.
Since you mentioned you have a ton of superhero comics on your shelf, which comics from the big two would you recommend? Nothing that they're making now.
Is that DC and Marvel? I'm not a huge
DC and Marvel.
Okay.
I mean, the superhero comics that I read are mostly for nostalgia, so you'll see that most of the stuff goes up through the 90s and then kind of stops abruptly. I'm buying a lot of reprint collections that have stuff that I collected when I was a kid, but when I was a kid buying it, I'd always be missing issues. It was always hard to get a complete run of anything. And now the fact that I can get like complete collected editions and have like every issue of Amazing Spider-Man or something, it's really enticing. So I buy a lot of that. I think Marvel was really good in the 60s. DC was probably, DC is good in the 80s. I think the only recent stuff I like Grant Morrison's Bat Saga that he did. I like Frank Miller's Golden Child just because it's so fucking weird and off the wall, and they only let him do it because it's Frank Miller. But other than somebody like Frank Miller, they don't let anybody do anything creative with the big characters because the big characters of DC and Marvel are too valuable as movie properties for them to actually let, if they can never have the 80s again, they wouldn't let Alan Moore make Killing Joke today or Watchmen, or they wouldn't let Frank Miller make Dark Knight today because they just won't let people play with their toys anymore. So it's really not a creative enterprise. Do you have any big two comics that you would recommend?
I'm not a huge comic book guy. I really admire great comic book art, and I'm familiar with a lot of the bigger guys. I think the stuff that I personally gravitate toward, for reading for my own pleasure, I'm a big fan of Mike Mignola. I love Hellboy. I'm a sucker for this kind of. I think he operates in a similar way to me, where it's like I'm just kind of taking I love old Godzilla movies and William Blake and old storybooks and all this kind of stuff, and Japanese cinema from the 70s and 80s, and like it all kind of goes into the pod. And similarly, Mike Mignola has like there's Poe and Lovecraft and all this gothic stuff and Celtic folklore, and it just creates this you can just tell when you read his particularly the stuff that he himself draws. You can just tell how much he loves that stuff, and that he's catering exactly to what he's good at drawing. And like that's what I have to do. Like I'm not very good at drawing everything, so I keep it to like the things that I really love and that I have fun drawing, and I sense that in his work. That's why he created Hellboy, is like he wanted to create this world of monsters and stuff, and then he's like, well, if I'm going to be drawing the main character over and over and over again, he has to be a monster too, because I don't want to draw a human. Like I want to draw just monsters. So
that's what a lot of guys like Frank Miller. Sin City is just Frank Miller just purely thinking of stuff that he wanted to draw, and so it's like Frank Miller's like, okay, what do I want to draw? So you get a story that's about cars and hookers. Which is fine. That's what he wants to. He wants to draw boobs and cars. There you go. Good for you. Are there any artists though in comics that, it doesn't have to be DC and Marvel, but that you just really like their illustration style?
You probably have a lot of like hardcore comics fans, so I don't want to make a fool of myself, because my knowledge really is pretty limited. I definitely go more towards illustrators and painters. But I am obviously aware of people like Kirby and stuff, and like I'm pretty blown away and by what I think the average person might think of when they think of like Marvel. The really classic stuff like Kirby's work is pretty incredible. But like I would embarrass myself if I tried to speak intelligently about it.
I've always loved, part of the reasons I do comics is I've always loved just black and white line art. When I was a little kid, I would be hypnotized by like the illustrations in something like the original John Tenniel illustrations in Alice in Wonderland and that kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah.
So I just loved black, and the best comics. It's not so much that anymore, because they lean so heavily on the digital colorists. But back in the day, like the colors were very simple, so the line art had to really be something to stand out. So you had people like Bernie Wrightson. I love.
Frankenstein is incredible.
Yeah, all the Wally Wood, all those kinds of people. A lot of people who did like the old EC comics or the war and horror comics in the 70s. And I really love people like R. Crumb that really know how to do cross hatching and stuff. All that kind of stuff I like more than superheroes. There's only a few people drawing superheroes right now that I really like. Frank Quitely, of course, I like. But see, Frank Quitely's comics, they just look like Frank Quitely comics. They don't look like DC comics or Marvel comics. And he's somebody that they only let him do that because he's so famous and well-liked that he sells books. So they don't make him draw in kind of their, You get a lot of DC and Marvel stuff now that it just kind of looks like they're just picking random people that have like a deviant art where they're doing like anime fan drawings, and then Marvel and DC, that's their hiring pool, So I won't name names, but you get a lot of that kind of shit.
I was really drawn towards comic strips, like newspaper comics when I was a kid. I would always come home from school and immediately grab the comic section. So like when we were talking about Calvin and Hobbes earlier, that obviously that's a huge influence on you.
Beautiful.
Gary Larson. We're living, with people creating their own little single panel memes left and right. Like that's, he kind of mastered that before anybody really made that connection, I think.
I have the complete Far Side on the shelf over there.
There you go. Yeah. It's the best. Was Winsor McKay like Little Nemo? Was that a newspaper comic, or was that kind of its own publication?
No, that was a newspaper comic. But I mean, back in like the the 10s, 20s, 30s, when comic books would really not comic books, newspaper comics. I mean, they would really let them go to town, because back then, a big city would have like 5 or 6 major competing newspapers, and the way that they would get somebody to buy this newspaper over that paper would be to have something really visually striking. And so Little Nemo, the reason it looks like it did is because they let Winsor McKay have a whole page of an old school newspaper page, and Little Nemo was the whole thing. And so he could draw this thing. It's like, like 3 feet long, and he could just do these really astounding things that he did with Little Nemo. Yeah. People, I guess that's completely, it doesn't exist for kids now, because newspaper comics, they were a lot smaller when I was a kid, but you still had Calvin and Hobbes. When I was little, you still
How
had
old does that make
Peanuts.
you feel? I mean, like,
Well,
you still look
Calvin
at
and
these
Hobbes.
comics.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was born in 1982, but Calvin and Hobbes retired in 1985. I mean,
Yeah.
1995. Calvin and Hobbes. So when I was a little kid, we still had Peanuts by Charles Schulz in the newspaper every day.
Yeah.
We still had Calvin and Hobbes, and Calvin, just so beautiful to look at. Some of the Sunday comics he did with Calvin and Hobbes.
God, Calvin's fantasies, like when it goes into Spaceman Spiff or like dinosaurs, it's just, you can really see how talented he was.
And he would do those
watercolor stuff.
Yeah, he would do like the noir detective pages and stuff like that. By the time Bill Watterson was doing that, it was already mostly gone. That was part of his big dispute with the syndicate, was that he demanded a full half page, because a lot of the Sunday strips were getting shrunk smaller and smaller, and he wanted a full half page so that he could do stuff like Spaceman Spiff and the dinosaurs and everything. So that was really, by the time of him, he was kind of the last person that was really trying to do something visually beautiful in the newspaper strips. But used to newspaper comics, you had a lot of Terry and the Pirates and the old adventure strips were really beautiful, and Gasoline Alley used to be a whole page, and even Dick Tracy, the old ones are really funky and cool to look at, and the early ones had a lot of cross-hatching and stuff, because they used to be printed a lot bigger. I think Winsor McKay and Little Nemo is probably the ultimate.
It's unbelievable draftsmanship.
Yeah. Disney Star Wars is Star Wars the same way the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is democratic, and the People's Republic in name only. Correct. Yes. Thank you. I love people that are spending money just to badmouth Disney Star Wars. You guys will all get on screen, I promise. Oh, hi. I know Colt. He's I've talked to him for a long time. Lore is almost always the bane of good storytelling. Bad writers will obsess over lore while neglecting the emotional truth of the piece. I think that there's something to be said that there should be continuity and consistency, and the people that just like, continuity doesn't matter, ignore that. That undermines the emotion of the story, because you can't really follow a story emotionally if you don't really know what counts. Like if you don't know the history of the characters. But it's also, yes, there are the people that all they care about is the story minutia, and they don't care about how the story is told. I was trying to explain that on the last live stream, that why I don't care about the Star Wars Expanded Universe so much, because it's not just the story with Star Wars, it's how George Lucas tells the story, and that's what actually makes it an interesting thing, is the storytelling style. The story of Star Wars is a pretty basic, Joseph Campbell coming of age classic story.
Until you add the prequels, and it's like
he does. Then he does several twists on it. But but it's how George Lucas tells it. It's all the weird kind of George Lucas experimental film stuff.
He's a far more idiosyncratic filmmaker than people give him credit for. They just like to say, oh, he's totally inept, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's like he's just maybe drawing from he'll say himself, like, if you watch all his films, you'll see there's a distinctive eccentric taste. I think that's his word, is like eccentric taste that runs through all of it. And it's very true. Like, you don't have to like it. And that's what I love about the videos you've done. It's like, you're not necessarily telling people that like the movies are good or bad because of what he's doing. It's just like that the way he's going about it is entirely valid, and that the way you're interpreting it is likely you're likely misunderstanding where he's coming from. Like, the certain choices he makes, it's not because he's a moron and he's just pulling it out of thin air. He's just making very 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 specific stylistic choices.
You have to have context to understand things. Yeah,
sure.
I think I waited too long for this one. I don't understand what he was referencing.
Who's Grady Sutton?
I don't know who Grady Sutton is, and I'm sorry, I don't remember what comment I made that this was a reply to. I'm gonna Google.
Wait, was this when we were talking about James Whale?
It might have been when we were talking about Pretorius being gay. Oh, Well, Grady Sutton's pretty gay looking. Just clicked on his.
Are they being sarcastic?
No, I just clicked on his Wikipedia, and the first thing it says, William Mann characterizes Sutton as a typical, quote, Hollywood sissy, that is, a homosexual actor who ordinarily portrayed effeminate characters for comedic effect. Okay. Well, I feel ignorant because I didn't. That was a film reference I don't know, but apparently Grady Sutton was a big old sissy. Yes, Pretorius was a classic kind of. Pretorius was not. I wouldn't say he was more of what you call like the old queen or kind of like the theater gay. That was Pretorius. But in the 30s, they could get away with putting that in a Frankenstein movie because people, if you knew what that was, then you were in on the joke and you didn't mind the joke. And if you didn't know what that was, then you wouldn't get it. So you weren't going to be offended because you didn't understand. You know, if you play that movie in Idaho, they had no idea that Pretorius was gay.
Yeah.
But then all the theater fags in Hollywood watching it with, I just said a bad word. I'm allowed to say that because I'm gay. All the people in Hollywood that knew James Whale and saw it, they would get the joke. They would know what Pretorius was. So either, nobody was offended because either you got the joke or it just flew right past you. It's kind of like Peter Lorre and Maltese Falcon, Best and worst. Oh, this is a good one. Best and worst decades for horror movies, according to your personal criteria. Go, Robbie. Best and worst decades for horror movies.
For best, I immediately, just even without considering it, 30s and 80s come to mind. 70s, late 70s through the 80s. Maybe we can kind of, but I don't know how much you can read behind me. I'm a sucker. Obviously, we're just talking about James Whale. I love Universal horror, but I also really, talk about Star Wars fans wanting to, if you want to like maybe go a little deeper and see like why some of these incredible actors are in the movies and where George is coming from. Like if you haven't seen the Hammer horror films with Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, that stuff's unbelievable. Horror of Dracula, or like Oliver Reed and The Curse of the Wolfman. The stuff is really great, and those were like the big color remakes of the black and white American, Universal horror stuff, and that was those are a really big deal. Seeing Dracula with like color blood and
red blood,
it's they're
very
great.
Controversial to real red blood. Yeah, that's something about
Lee
Star
and
Wars.
Klaus Kinski are the best Draculas for my money.
Okay, we could have a best.
There's some good ones.
Christopher Lee's good. No, that's something people can understand about Star Wars is that Lucas made that in London in the late 1970s, and so a lot of the choices were made because he was drawing on the acting pool that they had there. In the late 70s, that was kind of the tail end of the Hammer horror movies. They started in the late 50s and went through the 60s really strong, and they were kind of in the 70s. They were getting into like the Satanic Rites of Dracula and kind of like the cheesy ones.
Yeah.
But so it was a little bit later in the. You could get Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing a little bit cheaper because they weren't quite as big as they would have been like in the early 60s, but they were still recognizable name actors. So that's why, Peter Cushing is Grand Moff Tarkin.
But seriously, if you guys are Star Wars fans and you're watching this and you only know like Tarkin and Dooku or Saruman, do yourself a favor and go. These guys were best friends too. Like they got kicked out of the movie theater. There's a story of them told in their own words, like they'd go and watch like Looney Tunes when they were played on film in the theater, and they got kicked out for laughing too hard. These guys were goofballs together, and it's really beautiful when you go from Revenge of the Sith to A New Hope and see them getting to play these villains, however many years apart, 30 years apart or something. It has an incredible on-screen chemistry. Frankenstein's monster. They were paired up so many times. In these films,
that it was a whole acting scene. All those British guys,
Dracula and Van Helsing.
They all those guys knew each other and everything. That's also why Christopher Lee is Saruman, because Peter Jackson grew up on those Hammer horror movies and a lot of that stuff too. And that's why Christopher Lee is in all the Tim Burton movies, because Tim Burton grew up on those Hammer horror movies.
But being 12 in 2002, I saw Attack of the Clones and Two Towers in the same year, and that was my introduction to Christopher Lee, and so it was really fun.
Yeah, because
oh my god! Oh, so he's
uh,
also Sherlock Holmes, and
right, yeah. So Peter
Cushing was not Christopher Lee, but
yeah. But for Peter Jackson and all those, and Tim Burton and all those guys, you know, Christopher Lee is like a god from their childhood. It's like Vincent Price or something.
Sure.
So yeah, you should definitely watch. Those are all.
The 70s were really, really good time for horror though too. I mean, there's so much
Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 70s, the censorship started
Wicker Man,
a little bit more.
Also Christopher Lee.
To get The Exorcist, and
yeah,
and you get Exorcist was a big thing, and anytime there's a big thing, then there's a decade of inferior remakes. But you also, The Omen's pretty good.
There's definitely some good stuff, but just like aesthetically speaking, the 90s and 2000s don't generally scream out to me as being like great horror movies, because to me, so much of what appeals to me of the older stuff is like the 70s. There's a quality to the film stocks and just the way people looked and the way the scores were. There's just certain stylistic trends that kind of ebb and flow that I love about that stuff. I love John Carpenter's 1980s stuff.
Yeah, the 80s to me, like what you're talking about aesthetically, to me 80s horror is just really kind of, I mean, they were doing kind of like all those low budget slasher movies, and to me it's kind of like, it kind of looks really grungy and ugly and cheap to me. But
I don't love a lot of that stuff, but like there's some standouts, like The Thing.
Yeah, I like those movies more as an adult than when I was a little kid. They were coming out, and I was like, they would be at the video store, like all the Chucky and Critters and Ghoulies and stuff, and I would kind of think like, oh, those just look gross, like those look nasty.
The Leprechaun.
Like Friday the 13th and all that stuff, and Nightmare on Elm Street, and I was just kind of like, Leprechaun was so gross. I hated the VHS box for Leprechaun with his ugly little face. I don't know, but I like this. Like now as an adult, I like Chucky more because I appreciate the comedy of it. Speaking of gay horror, like when I was a little kid, I understand that the Chucky thing is just incredibly gay. But I
was born in '89, so I missed a lot of that stuff. But there's some fun ones. Now that we're actually talking about it, I'm realizing a lot of the things that I think I thought were in the 80s are actually, I think I'm thinking more of like late 70s.
Like which one specifically?
Alien was 79, right?
Yeah, Alien 79.
Okay, so I mean that's one that immediately springs to mind. But also like what I like about horror, I do like to be scared, but like what I love about horror is more like an atmosphere. Like Frankenstein's not going to scare the shit out of you. I just like a good like foggy, spooky atmosphere. Or I'm a really big fan of like 1960s kind of arty Japanese horror, something like Quiet On, where it's this 3-hour movie. It's a quartet of short ghost stories, and it's not gonna, it's like you're gonna be able to go to sleep after watching it. You're not gonna be scared shitless or anything, but it's gorgeous and macabre, and that to me that's what I like about horror.
No, I love that. That's why I like a lot of the horror comics from like the 50s, 60s, 70s, because they were kind of doing like those moldering Gothic castle, that kind of imagery.
Yeah.
And
that's why I like Mignola so much.
Yeah, when I was a kid, you couldn't watch everything on streaming. So a lot of like the old Frankenstein movies and Dracula and everything, I would see pictures of it, but I didn't actually see those movies until I was much older. So I was kind of in love with like what I imagined those movies were like. Mm-hmm. And then when you see the actual movie, it's kind of an adjustment because it's not quite what you expect.
Yeah,
it's not really scary by today's standard. They're great movies, but it's not really the movie that I had in my head as a little kid.
Sure.
And so you're always kind of searching for that like foggy Gothic castle movie that it's sort of like that a little kid thinks that a horror movie should be like that, but there aren't a whole lot of movies that are actually like that, or if you do see them, they're not really.
It's kind of like Tim Burton's early stuff. It's like the
Sleepy
idea.
Hollow.
I think you said that in your I mean that's a Hammer movie.
But it's what Tim Burton is like a 12.
Watching it in Burbank, yeah.
Right,
I was just going to say that from your Tim Burton countdown. I had never. You phrased it perfectly. It's not just that Gothic horror. It's that Gothic horror on TV on a sunny afternoon
in
Burbank
with
a 7-year-old. Yeah,
yeah, because
lying on this like shag carpet in the 60s or whatever.
Yes, Sleepy Hollow is a Hammer horror movie, but it's also, if you look at the Hammer horror movies, some of them, they are very 70s, and there's like people in bell bottoms and fringe coats and stuff. And
Dracula in 1972 AD or
Satanic Rites of Dracula is, yeah, totally. Tim Burton was going to call Beetlejuice. He wanted to call it Beetlejuice AD after Dracula. Dracula.
That's good.
Dracula 2010.
2024 AD under the title.
Dracula 2024 AD. He was going to call it something like that, but they thought people wouldn't get the joke. So
he did sneak that into the title though.
But yeah, those like later 70s horror Hammer horror movies, yeah, they're very gothic horror, like in the tacky 70s. But Sleepy Hollow, that's what I'm talking about, is very it's kind of like the gothic, creepy look that like a 12-year-old Tim Burton would have imagined those movies having, more than what those movies actually looked like. You there?
Yep.
Breaking up. Oh,
you broke up for a second. You're good now. Can you hear me now?
You're stopping and starting. Your video is stopping and starting.
How about now?
You're gone for a minute. Oh, there you are. There you are.
Good?
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
Maybe close the window and come back. I'll let you back in. Maybe if you restart it.
Sure. Should I go to our Instagram chat to find the link again, or?
Just close the window in your web browser and click on the link I sent you again. Come back in. We're going to see if maybe, I don't know what it was like for you guys, but he was kind of stopping and starting for me. So. Okay, there, you're back. Seems smoother now.
All right. This one, yeah, I can't answer it. But I just like the movies and the plays.
Wait, now your audio sounds weird. Did you move your microphone?
No, just on a built-in one.
No, now you sound like you're underwater.
Oh no.
Okay, no, that's better.
Okay.
That's good. You sound good now.
Okay. I can't answer this one. This is all you, Rick, because I just like.
I didn't read it yet. I just put it up there. I didn't read it yet. Do you like pre-Disney EU stuff? As someone who loves the books, games, and the movies, engines separately, but we kind of talked about this a lot in the last stream. The Disney versus the EU versus the movies. I would say go watch that one because I don't want to repeat it for people that saw both, but some of it's fine. I like some of it. It doesn't hold the same interest for me as the movies, for the same reason we were talking about a little bit ago, is that it's not just the story, it's the style and the way George Lucas tells the story that I think is interesting. So
I mean, I have friends who kind of take it all in, and they one of my best friends, he always says, well, Star Wars, the world is like this huge sandbox that you can play in, and I totally get that. There's so many fun visual things that you can play with, but for me, maybe I'm biased because I create my own little world, and so that's the lens I'm looking at it through. But like, to me, I'm really not as interested in what other people are gonna. I want to know what like the originator thought about it, because to me there's just an ocean between that and whatever somebody else is going to do with it. Doesn't mean that stuff can't be good, but I just like personally am not terribly interested.
How would you feel if after Animal Math is a big hit, somebody comes to you and is going to make Animal Math Part 2?
That I think that's why I have a problem with.
Exactly. If you make something like that, then you have a different attitude about it.
Sure.
Which is,
I'm biased,
you can let people play in the sandbox, but it's not the same as George Lucas Star Wars. It's just never going to be. It's just it's a different thing. Animal Math 2, directed by Brett Ratner. Maybe Brett pulls out a masterpiece. Who knows?
I think that's why I gravitated out of all the shows. I enjoyed the Clone Wars the most because I could easily. I could separate the Clone Wars more, like, as an animation fan as well. To me, I could watch it and enjoy it separately because they're not trying to just mimic the look of the like 1970s Star Wars. It's like it's entirely its own thing, and the anime, George, his specific direction for the look of the Clone Wars, he wanted it to look like he probably grew up with Howdy Doody and marionette shows like that from TV, and he wanted them to look like wooden puppets, and they do. They have this very hyper stylized look, and they're kind of painted looking, and I really admired that. Particularly like the weirder episodes where it really gets into the origins of the Force, and his I think George's favorite one is where the one that's like all astromech droids, which is pretty fun. So I think if it gets into like extended universe kind of stuff, the more distinct it tries to make itself, the more I can enjoy it. Just like my favorite, all the reasons I love Kubrick's The Shining are all the reasons that Stephen King hates it, because, or like Alfonso Cuarón's third Harry Potter movie. I was irate when I first saw it as a 14-year-old because it was so different from the book. It's easily my favorite of those 8 movies, because he understood that film is not a 400-page book. Like, it's a 2-hour movie, and he went and made his own thing with it. And now I watch it, and it's all the reasons that I was mad about it as a dogmatic teenager who was like, "Oh, they changed this from the book." That's exactly why I love it, because it's its own beast. I just that's the only one.
It's the only one out of the 8 that's a real movie. The other 7 are they're just filming scenes of the books for fans who already read the books. I don't know.
Actually,
It's
I
really
watched
weird.
the first 4 for nostalgic reasons. I once David Yates takes over, I don't know why they abandoned this whole kind of 19th century strange lost world feel to it. It just it becomes very dark and modern feeling, and it's not for me.
Yeah, it's all trash. This is a
I have not seen. Where do you watch this?
Radioland Murders.
I don't even really know much about it, except that
I think it had a DVD release at one point, but it's never been on Blu-ray. I don't think it's had a good streaming release.
Is it a movie? Is it a series? Are they shorts?
Radioland Murders? No,
Yeah.
it's a movie. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a movie Lucas did in the 80s.
I should know this.
It's not great. Lucas's main interest in it was he was trying to develop some of the digital technology. So he did a period movie, and he tried to use some techniques to like create 1940s skylines and stuff, and cool. Digitally combine that with photography of modern locations. So that was kind of what Lucas's interest was. As a movie, it's not great, but it's not awful. It's out. I think Lucas kind of considers it a failure, so it's never really got a lot of attention. But you could watch it through illicit means that I would never endorse, but which are entirely plausible and very easy to do. Yeah.
Thanks, Sharif. I'll check it out.
Rick, have you considered going on other live streams? I know you didn't enjoy the debate on Mahler. No, I didn't. But it is where I learned you had a YouTube channel. Also saved Robbie's videos to watch after the stream. Yes, check out Robbie's Instagram. He's got a lot of cool videos on there. Yeah, I mean, there's a small channel. He's a local comic book store, and he does his own little show every Tuesday. And I've done that show 4 or 5 times. I don't mind going on other live streams if I get invited. I've thought of having Anomaly over here. I'm going to do more live streams on this channel. This is going to be a more regular thing, but I was lining up guests because I didn't want to just sit here by myself. So I had to find interesting people. But yeah, I don't know if I do Mahler again. Somebody told me that Mahler live stream that was 10 hours long.
What was this, the Phantom Menace debate?
Yeah, that was the one where I lied and left the live stream. Because
I've heard this reference in like almost mythic tones.
It's kind of notorious. Yeah. I saw there's an Internet Movie Database page somebody made for this live stream, like it was a real show or something. Because I saw that I had an Internet Movie Database credit, and I was like, "What the hell is that?" And it was for appearing on this live stream. So it's probably out there somewhere if you want to watch it. But the original idea was we were supposed to go through the prequels chronologically and like start like scene by scene, like at the beginning of Phantom Menace and go through to the end of Return of the Jedi. And after like 3 hours, we were still to like
Phantom Menace,
where they meet the Gungans and Phantom. Like I think we were to like where they get on the bongo and go through the planet car. And I was like, Jesus Christ, we're going to be here for 20 years. I can't handle this. So that was when I bounced. So I don't know if I would do Mahler's live stream, but
the arrival in Otogunga is one of the first things I always think of when I look at like new Disney Star Wars stuff, and I think about like what's missing. That's one of the first instances that I go to, because it's just right off the bat, George had no nostalgia or reverence for what he'd done before. He's like, he was so excited about what he could do, and that's what people like to shit on him about, is like, oh, you know, he just got so overexcited about this digital technology, and so he's just throwing whatever up on the screen. You know, he's not. He's doing what he wanted to see, and having an underwater city with these, like, you know, these warrior amphibian people, it's unbelievable. And if it wasn't in the context of people's memories of seeing Star Wars in the 70s, you know, that would be a really classic image. And for some reason, that I never hear people really talk about the beauty of that scene in particular. But to me, that's one of my favorite moments in all the prequels.
It was really new and original for Star Wars, and it was also people think that it was really out of left field. It was also totally appropriate. It's straight out of Flash Gordon, the underwater city, and the submarine and all that. There's thing. The whole thing in Flash, the whole thing with the one monster attacks the sub, and then another monster attacks that monster. That's like shot for shot out of Flash Gordon, and so people are like, "What is this?" George Lucas went crazy, and it's like it's exactly the same place that he got all the scenes from for the first trilogy. It's flat, it's pure.
But also, it's beautiful, and it's something you've never seen in Star Wars.
But it's like, new, right? Yeah.
What are we going to go? Like for the, I'm sure Endor would have been different if he could have expanded it. But you know, you've heard. I'm sure you've heard the clips where he's talking about, like, he's kind of limited for these big outdoor. You know, Dagobah is the big exception, where they created a set for in, you know, an outdoor environment, but. Yeah. You know, he's like checking off all the different. He's like, okay, we did desert, we did snow. You know, well, I guess we're going to go to the forest. Like, there's only so many things you can do, and you can. You know, we're getting off topic, but like, I find it crazy that they debated for 3 hours and had only gotten that far, because, again, it's a kids' movie. It's full of unique, beautiful ideas, and if you're still hung up on it that badly, you know, don't watch it. Move on. Get the specialized editions and call it a day. They
would bring up a complaint like, "Oh, why aren't the battle droids more dangerous? They're not a viable threat." And I would say, "Well, there's an answer."
Were the stormtroopers?
I would say, "Well, are you asking that question because you actually want an answer? Because there's a reason for that if you actually want the answer." And I would say, "Well, A, the stormtroopers were never a viable threat. They're the minions. They're not the main bad guy.
Yeah.
B, the whole point of there's a clip of Lucas talking about it. The whole point of the battle droids is that the Jedi cut through them like butter, so the Trade Federation needed to make something more serious. Like, there's reasons for all this, and so I would like talk for 2 or 3 minutes, and I would explain like, well, these are the reasons, the answer to your question, and then the other guy would go, yeah, well, I still think it's stupid that the battle droids aren't more dangerous. Why didn't he have something more dangerous?
Don't watch it.
And I was like, I just told you for 3 minutes why they aren't more dangerous, and you're asking literally the same question again. Do you want me to give you literally the same answer? And that was what we did for 3 hours before I had a nervous breakdown.
Well, also, you know, you mentioned in one of the videos how you use audio from Lucas talking about the fight in the dark between Dooku and Anakin, and how he's kind of going back to his experimental days, where it's like you don't even really see them connecting lightsabers. It's just kind of about motion and light and sound. And to me, when I watch those sequences where like Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are just mowing down battle droid after battle droid, there's a rhythmic, energetic, you know, it's like a kinetic thing. If they were serious opponents, that's why you have like what do they call them, the Magna Guards or something, like Grievous's guys
that's why they made the destroyer droids.
Well, also that's interesting. You get to the third movie and you finally have a robot that can actually like fight against the lightsabers, and it's like a, you know, kind of like feels like a final boss kind of thing where like they're actually you know, they're actually providing a threat. But like, to me, the whole point of those sequences is it's like it's just very satisfying.
The point of it in the story, in Phantom Menace, in the story context, is supposed to show what the Jedi were in their glory days. And so in the glory days, the Jedi's there was no threats. The Jedi could just mow everything down. The Jedi were these invincible warriors, you know.
Which is why
then they gradually lose that over, you know, it's a progression. This is like the before, and then you show that the Jedi.
And that's why Maul is important. If the battle droids were a serious danger to the Jedi, Darth Maul would not be very impactful.
Right. And then you say all this, and then you have some guy go, I still think it would have been better if they were more dangerous. And then you just repeat for 3 hours. That's what the live chat was. The pick of Calvin. Calvin is a T. Yes, Calvin. As
I'm not aware of
the
this.
you remember the Calvin and Hobbes were the T-Rex and T-Rexes and F-16s.
Yeah,
T-Rex.
I'm
And
not aware of the meme though.
I didn't know it was a meme. No, but that's one of the all-time classic comic images. Yes, thank you. I appreciate people that do super chats just because they want to say something.
That's great.
Favorite Hitchcock film? Go.
Rear Window, Vertigo.
Okay.
For different reasons. Rear Window is very cozy, and I like the voyeuristic quality of it. It's like you're hanging out with Jimmy Stewart spying on the neighbors. It's very fun. Vertigo is just gorgeous and messed up, and one of my favorite, maybe my favorite Hitchcock, Bernard Herrmann score.
Oh yeah, the Bernard. Oh my God, Jesus.
Yeah.
That's a movie that I don't even know how many thousands of times I've listened to that music, but every time I put that movie on and you get the Saul Bass opening sequence with the spirals and the music.
I'm a sucker for all the animation and stuff too.
I get chills all over my body every time I watch that, and I've seen it, I don't know, 5 million times.
Yeah.
It's just the most powerful thing. My favorite Hitchcock though is also Bernard Herrmann, Psycho.
Yeah.
Psycho is just so, actually that'll be a video I'm going to do at some point because I could spend 2 hours on why Psycho is so amazing, but that's just Vertigo is like this too, but Psycho is just like every single shot in that movie is one of the greatest things that's ever been put on film. Just one of the greatest images, I think he's just doing it like 20 times per scene. It's just unbelievable.
I think as much as I really love and admire black and white, I think a lot of times I tend to find myself like biased toward, because I draw and paint in color. I find myself really drawn towards like, I'm a sucker for that, like that particular Technicolor palette that you get in something like Vertigo. The greens and that and stuff is just like, I can almost taste the colors in it,
Hitchcock was one of the ones that when color came in, he didn't just colorize his old way of working. He really used the color. And if you watch Vertigo, oh my God, the colors in that movie, the shot of her in front of the green, in front of the blinds. Have
you seen the 4K disc of that?
I did, but you know what I saw about a decade ago in Berkeley? They had a museum original Technicolor print, like a real Technicolor printed by Technicolor print of Vertigo that had been in a museum collection. It had only been shown like 2 or 3 times ever. And so it's just like a mint Technicolor Vertigo print.
I've never seen Technicolor projected.
It's just the most unbelievable. There's just blow your mind. The color saturation.
Wow.
Yeah, it's something else. Just like the green on her car, just the way her car looked is incredible. The red. The first time that James Stewart sees her in the restaurant, and she's wearing that red dress. The red is like, it like hurts your eyes. The red is just so rich, It's just unbelievable.
Psycho is a very close second for me, but those two, for very opposite reasons, are probably towards the top of my list.
Well, I love Rear Window too. Rear Window is great.
Yeah.
But he made so many. I like Rope better than Rear Window probably.
I actually haven't seen Rope. Criterion had a whole bunch of Hitchcock stuff and like around Christmas time, and I just didn't get around to seeing it all. That's been on my list forever.
There's my big Rope poster right there.
Oh, nice.
I can show that one.
I love seeing Jimmy Stewart, not doing his usual like affable everyman. I like seeing him play a little against type, like in Vertigo, and I think in Rope as well, right? He's not so squeaky clean.
A little bit. Do you kind of know the story of Rope?
Yeah,
based on Leopold.
I don't want
to.
Okay.
Well, I think we can do minor spoilers for Rope. I won't spoil the ending or anything, but
I know more about like what makes the actual filmmaking of it unique than like the actual plot, like the way they kind of hid the cuts.
It's supposed to look like one continual shot, but it's actually, I think, like 7 or, well, no, it's like 9 or 10 continual shots. I don't remember the number, but a film canister at the time could only hold 10 minutes. So, but yeah, it's edited to look like one continual shot, which is pretty amazing. They built the whole set so that he could move the camera in through in through the doors and stuff, all the walls and everything in the set move. It was like this crazy giant mechanical thing that he had to make so that they could do it with the Technicolor camera at the time. Anyway, yeah, what I was going to say is James Stewart is the two main characters, the murder of the guy, are based on Leopold and Loeb. And it's sort of the story of they murdered somebody just to prove that they were intellectually superior, to prove that they could murder somebody and get away with it, which is basically roughly based on the real Leopold and Loeb story. Jimmy Smits in the character plays their college professor, and it's heavily implied that he was the two boys are supposed to be lovers, but of course this is never said. But Leopold and Loeb in real life were sort of romantically involved. And it's heavily involved in the movie. The James Stewart character is supposed to be like he was having an affair with one of the boys, and he gave the student the idea of the Nietzsche idea of killing somebody to prove his superiority. And anyway, so that, yeah, he's playing sort of like a subtextually gay character and slightly sinister character. He's not involved in the murder and he doesn't approve of it, but he was supposed to kind of inadvertently given the idea to the killers to go kill this other boy. Anyway, that's what
that and Frenzy are definitely on my list.
Oh, Frenzy, yeah, I love Frenzy.
Yeah, big blind spots.
Oh, that you haven't seen Frenzy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Frenzy's great.
I mean, I've seen a lot of the iconic shots, but like it's also just interesting to me the idea of Hitchcock returning to the UK. I'm curious about that.
That was also he was pushing the limits in terms of like sex and violence in that one, which turned a lot of people off. But he was trying to take advantage of the censorship loosening up. So that's yeah, you should see that. That's really interesting. He was kind of trying to make like a new Psycho again 20 years later, and in like a new era. Yeah, you would like that. I think that's underrated. It's kind of, a lot of people write it off.
Seems like it's getting a recent reappraisal.
Yeah, I see a little
just
more.
From a few things I've seen here and there.
Oh, Strangers on a Train also. Have you ever seen that?
Oh yeah.
I love that movie.
Shadow of a Doubt. I mean, I there's many.
Notorious, Spellbound, I Confess. Those are all. I don't know. Oh, the question was favorite Hitchcock movie, and you should watch all of them.
Yeah.
But we just named about 10. What's your favorite work from David Lynch, and why is it Twin Peaks? I would say Twin Peaks season 3. I consider my favorite David Lynch work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the pinnacle. I mean, it's kind of like the most concentrated David Lynch thing you can imagine. It's everything. It seems like everything he tried to do in his entire filmography kind of condensed into one work.
Yeah. There's that famous clip of him like going off on somebody on set because they were telling him the scene was running too long, and he was like, "Who fucking cares if it's too fucking long?"
When he whips his head around, I would be so terrified to get that look.
That's why I think of Twin Peaks 3. I think of it as an 18-hour movie, and I think that's something that Lynch was always interested in, because like you probably know, Mulholland Drive was originally a TV pilot.
Yeah.
And he said the reason he was interested in TV was because he could do like a long form 10-20 hour story. And I don't think he ever really got to do that until Twin Peaks season 3, which is, I think that was just him kind of making an 18-hour movie. Because when they were shooting it, he didn't even know how many episodes it was going to be. He just said, I'm going to see how long it is, and then we'll cut it into hours, and it just came out to be 18 hours. So but I think that was really him finally getting to achieve like his, I want to do like a 20-hour movie,
But Elephant Man, I think, was the first David Lynch I saw as a 7 or 8 year old, and I it's an incredible movie.
That's pretty rough.
Blue Velvet is amazing. Mulholland Drive had a huge impact on me because I get frustrated when people criticize Lynch for just like they think he's trying to deliberately confuse you, or like, oh, it doesn't have an actual ending. I don't like stuff that's like deliberately trying to confuse you, or that doesn't know where it's going and they're just like trying to act like they know where it is. That's frustrating to me, but I don't really sense that in Lynch's stuff. I feel like he wants to leave you in the mystery. He's not interested in giving you a tight plot that wraps everything up, but he gives you all the puzzle pieces. And I think it was when I saw Mulholland Drive that I was like writing and storyboarding for Animal Math, and that was like that was very groundbreaking for like how I was thinking about it, because I realized like if you have all the visual cues and if there are interlocking pieces, you don't have to lay everything out and make it linear and explain it all. You know, I'm not into like J.J. Abrams' puzzle box thing. I don't think just deliberately leading people more and more questions. What's this? What's this? What's this? I think you need to provide the clues, and something needs to have. If it doesn't make immediate, watertight sense,
Yeah.
it needs to have its own internal intuitive logic. The person who made it, at least, even if they can't speak it in words, that's why we have films, is because you can do something that you can't do in literature, right? So I don't think David Lynch can't or won't articulate the specific meaning of a lot of his stuff, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean anything or that he's just trying to confuse the hell out of you. He's operating on a more emotional, intuitive level, and I think that more than any single actual piece of work from Lynch, I think it's more like the way he approaches art and the way his philosophy about creating art. I also like learned to meditate because of him, and that had a huge, like I've done that twice a day, every day for the last 6 years because of him, and that had a huge impact on my creativity. So it's more like Lynch as a person that is really inspirational to me. But like, he knows what he's doing. Just because he can't articulate it doesn't mean that he's not following his own deep intuition and that the pieces all fit in his mind.
Well, yeah, that's just because something. Well, I think most of if you watch like Fire Walk with Me and The Missing Pieces, I think most of Twin Peaks, he knew the answers to all the questions. There really are explanations for everything. But yeah, just because something doesn't have a spelled out literal verbal explanation, that doesn't mean that it's meaningless. A lot of people confuse the two. It's the point of not spelling it out is that then it becomes about, like in your movie, I could think of lots of literal interpretations of certain things, but if you don't spell it out, if you don't nail it down to one particular thing, then it's about what it feels and what it means emotionally, and more than just a specific, what happens next in the story. Like, I think I told you my interpretation of one thing in your movie, and you were like, "No, that's not it. You had to do something different." But like in 2001, like the ending of 2001, A Space Odyssey, people kind of agonize over that, and it's like well, for one thing, the literal plot ending of 2001.
If you read the book, it's like really clear.
And there's an interview with Kubrick where he said, like, literally, this is what happened. The guy goes, he meets the aliens, he puts them in a human zoo, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you can, but the point of not just saying that is that it becomes about something bigger, and it becomes like, well, okay, so this is what happens to him, but what does that mean? What does that feel like? What are the implications of that? And, because the literal end of 2001 is a pretty basic, like 1960s science fiction. He meets the aliens, and the aliens expand his mind, man.
Yeah.
And that's very. It's cool. It's an interesting story, but it's something much, much bigger when you make it about, the implications of what does it all mean.
So I wanted to quote Kubrick real quick because I used this in like all my grant applications because it articulated something I really felt. And this drives me crazy that for some reason film is consistently still, even though it's been around for, 140 years or something like that, 130 years. We still judge it almost like literature. Like, I don't know why, a song or a painting or a dance doesn't have to make sense, but like a movie has to, like, oh, I didn't get it. What happened? I don't like, did you feel something that while you were watching it? So you probably know this, but the Kubrick quote, he says, a film, quote, should be more like music than like fiction.
Like a progression of emotions.
That was not the whole quote. That was the AI summary, and that's where it stopped. A film is more like music than like fiction. It should be a progression of moods and feelings. The theme, what's behind the emotion, the meaning, all that comes later. And I could not agree more. Like I love a good tightly knit plot. I love good, snappy, well-written dialogue. I love the Coen brothers, like their dialogue is unbelievable, but like, you know, they're also very visual storytellers. And I think that if you can't rely entirely, there's exceptions where I can think where like the camera just kind of stays out of the way and it's more dialogue driven, but like that's definitely not what I'm drawn towards in filmmaking. Like I definitely admire stuff that makes full use of what film and only film can do. Otherwise it's like, you know, make a play or a book or something.
There are certain very basic like story things in your movie that I didn't pick up on until I'd watched it about 10 times. I'm not going to say
I'm just flattered you watched it 10 times.
Oh yeah, at least. But I'm not going to say it because I don't want to give away spoilers. I don't know if there's stuff that you don't think people should know before they watch it. But just like, because I was just watching it just kind of like on a visual, emotional level. And I didn't really realize there's a couple things that
you can talk about. I trust your discretion. You can talk about it a bit. You know, it's pretty cryptic.
There's one that's kind of early that you're probably going to think I'm a complete moron when I say that I didn't get this, but it's just because I was just watching the animation and listening to the music and everything, and I didn't get this, that the she goes and she sees like the bird creatures that are like in the lagoon or whatever. Yeah. The one attacks her and she stabs it and kills it, right? Mm-hmm. And then she finds out that it attacked her because it was pregnant, right? And it has an egg. She finds an egg inside of the bird creature, right?
Yeah.
I didn't get until I watched it like 3 or 4 times, like, oh, okay, it attacked her because it was pregnant, and then she felt bad that she killed this mother, and then she wants to protect the egg. Like, I know that's like the most obvious thing in the whole movie, and I honestly, like, that didn't dawn on me until about maybe 3 or 4 viewings, because I was just kind of like taking in like the imagery of it, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the most basic thing in the whole.
No, but you know, that's not really even how I was thinking about it. So I think that's interesting because like that's kind of like a more
literal... No, I got that wrong too.
No. That's like that's what's happening. But like, it's weird the way I was approaching. There was like 2 different things. One, I heard a news story of a guy who was attacked by a mountain lion and he had to kill it to protect himself. And I was just thinking, like, you know, obviously if you're getting attacked by a mountain lion, like you're going to want to not be eaten. But then how terrible would I feel? Like, right, once I know I'm in the clear, like, oh my god, I killed this beautiful
you just killed this beautiful, this amazing, rare, endangered animal. Yeah.
But then also there's kind of something. It took me years to realize what I was working through. Like when I lived with all my friends in Nashville, and I was working on the music videos, and I kind of went insane. I wasn't sleeping. I was over caffeinated, and I really like, you know, I was like the. Max von Sydow and Hannah and her sisters.
That's how I am all the time.
The terrible artist character. You know, so I would like find myself like lashing out at people without having like a full grasp of like the whole situation. And I would get more information later about what was going on, about what I was mad about, and then I'd realize I was in the wrong. And so it took like 4 years after creating that sequence, I was like, oh, I think I was like, it just kind of hit me. I was working through some like weird emotional stuff and like remorse about how I treated some of my friends, but that manifested as like killing this dragon bird creature. So, you know, you never know where this stuff comes from.
And then she wants to protect the egg to like make up for what she did, right? Because she feels bad for killing it. Yeah. Okay. That's just basically what I got out of it. You know, not the stuff about you and your friend, of course, but did you remember that? I guess this might have been like a decade ago. There's that meme form, and it was like, describe yourself with 3 fictional characters, and you're supposed to put pictures of 3 fictional characters you identify with.
Yeah,
that might be so old now.
Jack Torrance.
But I remember as soon as I saw that, the second I saw that, I was like, "Oh, Max von Sydow from Hannah and Her Sisters," and I put that, and I thought that's hilarious. That guy's totally me. And then I thought about it like years later, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's why I'm single." But... Do
you also like try to educate your significant others with like? He's
Yes,
like,
I always,
your education is not complete. There's so much I wanted you to learn before you went out into the world.
I always date idiots who I think are cute, and then I'm with them, they don't know anything about anything that I'm interested in. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to give you a film education. Isn't this wonderful? I'm going to show you all these silent movies, and then I realize that they don't like dating somebody who thinks that they're an idiot and who wants to educate them about the world. You know, that's not very enticing. But I've done that with with boyfriend after boyfriend. But yeah, that was why the three ones I picked were him. Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes, and the serial killer from the movie Perfume. Have you ever seen that movie? Which I identified with that because like in a lot of movies, the serial killer, that's a metaphor for being an artist, right?
Yeah.
Is like,
by
making some art out of the search for beauty, exactly. So that's what I took from Perfume. But yeah, those were who I picked, was Max von Sydow and the serial killer. I was like, no, okay.
As soon as I actually watched it recently for the first time, and I was like, God damn it, I hate that I am immediately identifying with him more than anybody else.
Total. I know that guy. Like, that guy is me. Yeah,
I'm getting better.
It's such a sad. But then you realize it's that character is Woody Allen poking fun at himself, and it's like the saddest character in the movie, you know. But yeah. Anyway, next one. Oh, he's talking about, this is the chat that we were talking about.
Oh my God.
An hour talking about the opening crawl alone with those dummies trying to argue that we don't know the Trade Federation's motives. Yes, I did spend, I think, at least half an hour trying to explain to them what the Federation was doing because they were struggling to understand Phantom Menace.
As somebody who was a little kid when it came out, I can tell you, I didn't understand the specifics of what was going on, but I understood enough about the political situation as a 9-year-old, and I'm not a bright, I'm not like an analytical, hyper intelligent person. I'm like kind of a visual.
Do you have eyes that analyze movies?
God.
Yeah, have eyes that analyze movies. That's my favorite
clip. My wife,
from Chris Stuckman.
When I showed her that, she was absolutely like fuming when you, like, by the second or third time when you played that clip, she's like Googling and she's like, who is this guy? Who does he think he is? I
love that Chris Stuckman clip where Chris Stuckman goes, that is so dumb. And he's talking about something that absolutely makes sense if he wasn't.
The pod racing thing.
Yeah, that's so dumb. No, he was actually talking about the Jedi being celibate, and he's like, that's so dumb.
Yeah, Jedi don't breed. It's like we're not going to get into that.
I have to cut that clip. Everything I edit, I put that clip in there. Like, I put that Chris Stuckman calling, that is so dumb. I put that in every video like 100 times, and then I have to cut it back out because I'm just making myself laugh. But these are eyes that analyze movies. I love Chris Stuckman.
See, I need to confess, I was very excited when you messaged me and said you thought everything, all the behind the scenes stuff about the movie looked really cool to you. I was like, oh my God, because I really loved the work you've been doing, for the last 3 years or so, since I've been aware of it. So it's like, oh man, I'm so excited to share this with you. But I was also like secretly terrified because if you don't like something and you think there's a really valid reason for not liking it, you don't just not like it. You're going to make like a 4-hour essay with all these intelligent points as to why it's garbage.
Well, I wouldn't.
I knew you wouldn't do that to me, but like I
wouldn't.
I wanted
do that
you
to like some indie guy with a short film. I wouldn't make a movie.
I know you wouldn't.
Tearing apart your. But I was going to say to you after I watched your movie. If I don't like something, I have a really hard time bullshitting people. I'm not good at pretending like I like something, which is hard for me because I know a lot of artists and I know a lot of people in the comic book industry and everything. And if they send me something, I think I'm like, oh, that's so special. Like I'm really, I'm not good at making up fake compliments. So, and it's a problem because I don't know how to talk to artists sometimes because of course you're supposed to find something nice,
Artists are so far up their own ass. Like you can't be expected to think like a normal audience member.
Well, they're all neurotic and they can't handle it if you tell them, oh, this is kind of bad. It's like you can't tell that to an artist. Even if they might benefit from like truthful feedback, you just really have to like be really careful. But no, so my point is that the fact that I told you I loved your movie so much, it's because that's actually, I actually loved it. So it wasn't, I don't just say that to everybody, because I know some people will just tell everybody, oh, that's so great, I love it. I know, and I hate it when people do that to me, because I've had people tell me, oh, this is so great. And I'm like, I know it's a piece of shit. You don't have to, you know.
Well, I was debating whether to admit this because it's kind of embarrassing, but like three years ago or whenever, when I like first watched a couple of your videos, and I was like just so struck by how you were talking about everything, and I was like, oh man, maybe when I'm done with this, like Rick will see this and he'll want to talk about it. And so it's very surreal to be sitting here talking with you about it. It's really cool, because that was kind of like a dream of mine, because I had not seen film criticism the way you approach it. It's like these days criticism, even on like rogerebert.com, like a lot of their top writer, that should be
Really,
a bastion of critical integrity, and it still mostly boils down to like rehashing the plot, and I like this, I didn't like this person's involved in a scandal, so I don't know.
yeah.
And it was really, really incredible to see, like, here's 4 hours of of like, let's get into like what criticism should be. Did this succeed in terms of what the artist set out to achieve? I don't care if you like Jar Jar or not. Why why did George Lucas create Jar Jar? That's the interesting question.
And it's really, Ebert used to be one of the great ones. It's really sad, because Ebert helped when I was a little kid. That show.
Although he was also really spoiler. I mean, he would also just tell you the whole.
That's true.
Plot.
Yeah.
But he's a good writer.
I used to watch that show every single Sunday, and being like a little kid in the suburbs, he introduced me to all kinds of things, And so, real film criticism, where people actually know what they're talking about, is so valuable. I mean, I learned. It was a little show where they would only have like 2 minutes per movie, but I would still learn. He would talk about like if an old silent movie got a VHS reissue or something, and he would talk. I heard about like Greed and Nosferatu and Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, like on that TV show, and especially back in like the 80s and 90s, this was like you didn't have a way to find out about that stuff unless somebody told you, unless it was on TV or in the newspaper or something. So I really love like good film criticism. It's really, really valuable, and it's just kind of disappeared. Even on Roger Ebert's website, it's disappeared.
Yeah.
It's really sad to see that. It just, people talking about movies that don't know anything about movies, it just really pisses me off, because the informed criticism is so. And a lot of people there's sort of the backlash that they're like, oh, critics are stupid, critics don't know anything. And it's like I don't want to dismiss.
But they should.
Right. I don't want to dismiss the entire concept of criticism, because good criticism is really, really valuable. It's just that we don't have good critics anymore,
Well, it doesn't. People think criticism is like, was this good or bad, and how bad or how good was it? But like, again, what it really should be is, what was this person trying to accomplish, and why, and how does that converse with the history of cinema, and for all the people who are like, oh, well, just because he was referencing this shot from this old movie doesn't make the prequels good. That's obviously not why you're pointing those things out. You're pointing out that these are in dialogue with like a really rich history of symbolism and ideas, and like you cannot make, especially now, like there's no new ideas. Everything you make is an amalgamation of like your particular taste. So like I said earlier, it's like this movie is kind of a weird hodgepodge. I have like, there's like these old German silent films, and kind of kabuki influenced Japanese films from the 60s and 70s and 80s, and like early 60s Japanese monster movies, and Star Wars, and old storybooks from the turn of the century and the 1980s, like for Sendak stuff. And like, that's my particular like thumbprint of the stuff that goes into it. And understanding where somebody is coming from, it goes beyond is it good or bad. It gives you an insight into why they made deliberate choices. And that's always going to be more interesting than just, the prequels are bad, George Lucas is an idiot argument has been boring and tired. You're totally welcome to think that, but like, that has been a completely uninteresting topic for at least 15 years now. Like that wore itself out pretty quick. Like there's if you don't like it that much, just stop watching it and move on. I think the difference with like how you're laying out with the Disney sequels and stuff is that we have a piece of work here that originated with one person, and you're laying out why it, where it deviates from what his vision is. And it's bad. Not, if you just didn't like it, you'd probably just not watch it, and that's fine. But like, because it's specifically undermining the work of the person who gave us this world, I think that's a completely valid reason to make a 3-hour video as to why you hate it, because it's like I was joking the other day that like I think it was after I'd been messaging you for a bit about Disney Star Wars and stuff, and it's like, I think I realize I can empathize now with why like the Protestants and the Catholics were like murdering each other, because for serious Star Wars fans, it is the serious it's like somebody coming along and like adding new books to the Bible that completely undermine Jesus. Like having a character like Rey come in and just be able to force heal. When George created 6 movies where it's a character like sold their soul because they wanted the ability to heal, and
the ability that's kind of the entire storyline of 6 movies is wanting to defeat death in the right and the wrong ways of going about defeating death, and then Rey can just I can do that. Okay.
So when you get into that, it doesn't matter. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's visually beautiful in The Last Jedi, but like, just there's some good looking shots in the movie.
I will give no quarter to The Last Jedi. You won't. But like, you will not pull a compliment from me about that movie.
But the fact that, I mean, in Rise of Skywalker, she doesn't she? I've only seen it once. Doesn't she stab Kylo and then like immediately heal him? It's like, and then then they hired Hayden at the end to his ghost to say, "Bring balance to the Force, Rey," like I did. And all I could think of when she crosses her lightsaber is like, God, if only Mace had a second lightsaber, he could have avoided all this. So when you get into things like that, it's like, it's beyond it being a good or bad movie. It's like it's undoing it. Like you have to have a certain degree of respect for the person who created the world. And like, if you like Star Wars that much and you hate George Lucas, you should maybe just like try to find other movies that you like, because you need to try and understand him.
Well, that brings us around to this next question, which is, can you elaborate further for why you think
I'll leave that to you.
The Last Jedi and Andor don't understand Lucas' Star Wars?
That was my
and
answer.
This is what that you kind of just you sort of came around to giving an answer. That it's when people ask me questions like this, well, I'll just this is why like social media is the worst way in the world to communicate about things, because I'll go on there and I'll say, it's not Star Wars, and people are like, well, yeah, it is. It's got lightsabers, and when I say it's not Star Wars, then people ask you, well, what's not Star Wars about it? And then I'm like, well, that's like a 4-hour answer. That's why I have these video essays, because it's not Star Wars in this like fundamental way that doesn't understand the concepts underneath Star Wars. And these are things that like I talk a lot about in the other wills, like in other videos, like the wills, that a lot of people watching Star Wars don't understand. But the reason those movies hold together as well as they do, and the reason he was able to do 6 of them, is because there's this foundation of all this thought that's behind everything. And there's all these things, there's a logic behind it. Even if there's a thing on the Phantom Menace, I think the audio commentary, where he's talking about the pod racers and the way that their engines work with the energy couplers pulling the cockpit and everything. And he's like, and he says on there, this is as close as I've seen to him kind of getting how this works, explaining how this works, is because he said a lot of times that he hates it when like a science fiction movie stops and explains like how do teleporters work, how does a ray gun work. He's like, you shouldn't stop and explain it. But as the filmmaker, you do have to actually think all those things through, which J.J. Abrams does not. Because if you don't think it through, then the audience might not know how a power coupler works on a pod racer, but on some level, the audience is going to go, this is contradicting itself. It's goofy. So there has to be like an underlying logic. You don't spell that out, but it has to be there. And if you break that, the audience is going to, even if the audience doesn't understand it, the audience is going to on some level go, this is like, it's all over the place. It's not lining up. And there's so much of that stuff in Star Wars. There's a lot of rules in Star Wars, just from a filmmaking perspective, the way the camera works, the way he shoots things. And again, these are things most people would never be aware of, but that they're just that J.J. Abrams is certainly not aware of, but that when they're wrong, it undermines. They might seem like small things, but when they're wrong, it undermines the structure. It's like, you know, you're going into a building and you're sort of like drilling holes in the foundation. Eventually, the whole building is just going to fall down because the foundation isn't sturdy anymore because you've taken it apart. And you might say, well, the building looks fine right up until the minute that it collapses, and that's because, you know, they've been drilling holes where you don't see. And that's what they've been doing with Star Wars. And there's 100 things you can name, like rules about the rules of Star Wars. There's rules like there's no paper in Star Wars, right? This is something like a lot of people might not
No
realize. They might not think it's, yeah, there's no buttons, there's no zippers in Star Wars. And people might think, well, you know, who cares? It's a little thing. There's a reason that there's no paper. It's because this society has had intergalactic, interstellar civilization for over 1,000 generations, right? So obviously they've had electronic books dating back 20,000 years. So it just doesn't make sense that they would be sending information by paper books. I mean, there's still people that will read paper books after electronic books exist. But after you've had electronic books for 20,000 years, that's just going to become the default way. So the fact that Lucas says there's no paper in Star Wars, it sounds like a little thing, but it's important to making things make sense within the society that he's created, which is a society they've had interstellar travel for thousands of generations, you know. So he's thinking about, well, in that society, would you need paper? Would paper even be practical? Would it even be possible to be sending paper, you know, millions of miles around? So there's a reason behind it, you know? And so when J.J. Abrams just suddenly, actually Rian Johnson did this one. Rian Johnson just suddenly has these paper books in The Last Jedi. And he's like, oh, these are the early Jedi manuscripts and they're these paper books, because he's an idiot and he doesn't understand the rule or the reason for the rule. And he's thinking, oh, well, it's really old, so it should be paper, right? Like an old book should be a paper book. Well, no, because if it's the foundational text for the Jedi, we're talking about it 20,000 years ago, and you're telling me it's been sitting in a tree, a piece of paper, for 20,000 years? That's completely idiotic. How would a piece of paper survive in a tree?
Doesn't even occur to me.
And there's this hilarious thing. If you ever get the Last Jedi visual dictionary, but
paper.
The Pablo Hidalgo wrote, and Pablo Hidalgo's after the Disney, he worked at Lucasfilm before Disney, and now he's part of the Disney Story Group. And kind of his whole job after Disney has been to try to make sense of all the stupid things that Disney does. And so, you know, because he's in the story group, so he's trying to give like story continuity to things, you know. So they bring in like Rian Johnson or J.J. Abrams, and they just do whatever the hell they want. And then Pablo Hidalgo kind of has to like make sense of that within the world of Star Wars. And so there's this really, really funny bit in the Last Jedi visual dictionary where he talks about those books, and he's like trying to explain it's like this special chemically treated paper. And he's like, he had to write this whole stupid explanation for how these, you know, because of course he knows that there's no paper in Star Wars, and he knows that it wouldn't make sense for a 20,000-year-old book to be sitting in a tree. That's completely stupid. You know, so he's like trying to scramble to try to fix it, because the point I'm making is that there being a paper book in The Last Jedi, it creates this, it seems like a totally inconsequential thing. Most people wouldn't care. But if you're looking at the bigger picture that George Lucas imagined, and why did George Lucas make that rule about no paper? Well, there's a reason that George Lucas made that rule. And when you undermine it, it creates this huge plot hole. And then you have Pablo Hidalgo has to go in there and create all this stupid nonsense to try to fill in the hole. So that's what I'm saying. There's a reason for all these rules. And when you just throw them away.
I would say, just because I could hear some potential rebuttals to that, because people might see that as a minor thing, even though like I totally get what you're saying. But like I would say way beyond that, I right before we went on, I saw a clip of Sam Witwer, the guy who does Darth Maul's voice on the Clone Wars, and he's a huge George Lucas nerd. Like I really like hearing him talk, because he'll always defend George's vision. It's beautiful. He was pointing out, like, you know, there's just like fundamental character things, like the fact that Luke wouldn't go help his sister, and you know, you and James got into George's initial plans for the sequels, and that Luke was going to be kind of like hiding out and demoralized by something, and but he was going to snap back pretty early on, because that's who Luke is. Star Wars works in basic archetypes, and Luke is a fundamentally optimistic and compassionate character, and that's like what he represents. Like the characters, and George always says he's not very interested in character, but like what he really means is like nuanced human character. His characters are like they exist as representations of simple ideas. Like Padme represents democracy, right? Jar Jar is funny and innocent. Like it's really as simple as that. But like Luke, here's a huge thing that Sam pointed out. Luke would not, even if George did write something into it, like he had a moment where he would go to try and kill his nephew, right? He would be so full of remorse over it. He would not then show up and just like trash talk him and say, "See you around, kid." He would go and like try to reach out to him, because that's
and do like comedy bits.
Because Luke overcoming these like Luke seeing past the evil deeds of his family members and reaching out with compassion and love unconditionally is kind of like the entire freaking climax of the series, and that's what defeats the Sith. Luke is not, nobody calls Luke a Jedi until he throws his lightsaber down, and then Palpatine says, "So be it, Jedi." Like that is the moment that somebody else refers to him. So that's like such a fundamental thing. Luke would not show up and shit on his nephew after trying to murder him and basically causing him to go off and be this evil guy who idolizes his grandfather. He would like Star Wars is not about lightsabers and spaceships. As this is not a new idea. You've talked about this for hours, but like George's fundamental, like way beyond the paper thing or how the fuel works in the ships or whatever, Star Wars is about compassion and symbiosis, like above almost anything. And like that's kind of what needs to be at the heart of these stories. So if I get why people thought Ryan was very clever. Even the first time I saw it, I was just kind of refreshed that he was not just doing the same thing JJ did. It's like, oh, look, he's taken all these different directions. It wasn't until I saw it a second time and a third time and a fourth time that I was like, oh, this is leaving me feeling really depressed and hollow inside, because I was just kind of so overwhelmed by the visuals the first time that it took me a minute to realize that it was systematically undoing everything that Star Wars stands for. And I think that's why it's important to have these videos that you put out where you get into like, well, what does George believe? What is he drawing on? Like his first and foremost, he wanted to create this distilled version of all these different spiritual traditions and mythologies and put it into this fantasy world that kids could understand. But first and foremost, it's these like spiritual and philosophical ideas that are most important. And it's about like the decisions that you make. That's kind of like the key to everything. So for Luke to all of a sudden to go through everything that he goes through in 4 through 6, to just like be a cranky hermit and like try to kill his nephew and then show up and be like, to hell with you, even though I basically created you, that does show a fundamental misunderstanding.
I use the paper as an example because the paper is like you could say that's a really trivial small thing, but
there's a reason for it.
I was trying to, like, even the small things there's a big reason for them, because it's part of the architecture.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
it's what they did to the paper. The way they just ignored the rule about paper, they do that same thing to the really important stuff, the philosophical ideas, the really big stuff. They treat those just like the paper. They're, the philosophical ideas behind the Force and behind the characters and behind the story. There's a reason and a logic to all those, and they just throw it out the window. Especially Luke. I mean, for one thing, Luke is a self-insert character for George Lucas. He named Luke after himself.
Yeah,
that's what Lucas has devoted the later part of his life to. The most important thing to him is education. He donated the $4 billion to educational charities after the Disney sale, and that's always been the most important thing to him, is that he thinks the most important thing in the world. That's why he's making a museum. And so
And
I
he
think,
completely funds the Transcendental Meditation Center in San
yeah,
Francisco, I think. Like that, I
and
mean,
it's I think that's why Luke's arc, the arc for Luke in the third trilogy, was going to be Luke has a dark moment of the soul, which is this normal on the hero's journey, that the hero has a moment of self-doubt. But before the halfway point in the seventh movie, Luke was already going to be back on track. Luke was going to be back in
yeah,
the game. And I think it was really, really important to Lucas that Luke's ultimate triumph was that Luke was going to become a teacher, and Luke was going to pass on what he learned to the next generation. Luke was going to educate a whole new generation of Jedi. And I think that's Lucas's biggest message, is that the most important thing we can do in life is to be a teacher and to pass on what we learned. And he said that in a lot of interviews, talked about how everybody's a teacher and some people have a big platform, some people have a little platform. But because of the fact that he became very rich, he has a very big platform.
yeah.
And he's always seen that as a huge responsibility. That's why he's done so much for educational, although he doesn't seek attention for it, but you can look it up. He spent billions and billions of dollars on education. And that was kind of the story that he wrote for Luke, was that Luke was going to come back and Luke would become this teacher and he would teach all the new Jedi. And that's just not only important philosophically into the story. I think that's like so touching and moving that Lucas would think of that for his self-insert character,
Well,
and then
that's
for
like,
them.
no, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So when you're talking to James, I asked that question about Mike Klimo and like how Mike's, for anyone that's unfamiliar, he wrote the Star Wars ring theory essay, which like, I agree with you. Like, I think there's some coincidental things going on when he's getting down to like the second mark where there's like certain things line up. But like, I think 80% of what he says is probably right on with what Lucas intended, where the way certain shots line up very deliberately and certain scenes, because George talks about that, how like he sets up certain situations like Anakin entering the tent and finding his mother in the Sand People camp, and then juxtaposing that against Luke entering the cave and seeing the vision of his father, and they both end with the beheading, and then Yoda reacting. Like, there's all these echoes of like where the father and son are experiencing certain situations, and how they react changes the shape of the story. But like, I really think like coming back around into the sequel trilogy, what I think it takes you back to Qui-Gon. Like, what Luke learns is that it is his compassion and his attachment, which Yoda and Obi-Wan are like, even they're still wrong in the original trilogy. They're telling him like, you need to go kill your father, and it's up to Luke to kind of decide for himself what he believes. And I think in a way it's like the fact that he didn't have Jedi training since he was a little kid that gives him the power to make this decision. Like, he decides, no, I'm attached, like I don't even know him, but this is my father and I love him, and I'm not gonna fight him. And that's Qui-Gon, and that like I like, that's why, you love him or hate him, Jar Jar is important because he's supposed to be seen as this complete imbecile who doesn't know anything, and he's a complete mess up. But Qui-Gon is compassionate towards him, and because Qui-Gon takes him on and shows him like unconditional love and compassion, Jar Jar is the key, right, to uniting the two different cultures in Naboo, which is completely essential. And if you don't understand that, that's like the entire idea behind Star Wars, the Naboo and the Gungans coming together and becoming a greater force, like in the midi-chlorians. If you can't see that theme resonating throughout his work, then like you need to watch them again, because that really is everything. So I think that is amazing, how everything would hopefully bring back and end on this big positive note where the Republic is reconstructed and the Jedi are brought back, and you kind of come back to how things should have been at the beginning of Phantom Menace. That would have been perfect.
There's also a lot of Tolkien in Star Wars that, and that's,
I haven't really thought about that much.
That's how Frodo wins at the end, because the point is that the ring is too strong for any mortal to withstand the ring. So Frodo, it's not his fault that he can't resist the ring in the end. It's stronger than a mortal. But the point is that the fact that he showed Gollum mercy earlier is what ultimately saves him, because the fact that Gollum is still alive. So the point is that in everybody's life, there's a moment where we're not strong enough, that there's powers that are bigger than us, but that living by example and doing the good thing when we can do it will pay off in ultimate victory, and that Luke, yeah, that was the approach that the Yoda and Obi-Wan take. It's not necessarily the wrong approach. They decide, well, Vader and Palpatine obviously are, have to go. They have to be killed. They're evil. They're gonna, yeah, we have to just, and that's not a bad decision. But it's the fact that Luke shows mercy to Vader, and when he has the chance to kill him, I always thought that was kind of a Frodo thing, that Frodo didn't kill Gollum when he could have, and when a lot of people would say maybe he should have, because Gollum was a threat to his mission, but he couldn't have,
because Frodo didn't have the strength to throw the ring in the fire. It completely relied on Gollum.
Yeah, and his strength was the fact that when he did have the strength to kill somebody, he chose mercy instead. In the other moment, So the fact that Gollum was still there,
I think we're so used to the idea of what happens at the Return of the Jedi, because it's we've all known what happens for so many decades now. But that must have blown, as somebody who experienced the movies for the first time on VHS, that must have blown people's minds. Everyone probably thought that Luke was going to go in and kick Vader's ass. That's kind of unbelievable that he goes and just throws his lightsaber down, and I'm sure that's not what anybody was really expecting.
Yeah,
and that's a really incredible move on George's part.
I'm going to try to go a little bit faster through some of these next super chats, just because we are already almost 3.5 hours, and I know some people have been waiting. This one is from, well, okay, I'm not too far behind. This one's from 8:30, so waited almost an hour on this one. Lost on many that the prequels are a tragedy, where the characters start out at their height and are supposed to decline as the story progresses. Macbeth starts a war hero and dies a hated tyrant. Yeah.
If you can't see that little boy turning into Darth Vader is a tragedy, I don't know what to tell you.
A lot of people couldn't. A lot of people, I think. Well, I talked about this for a long time in the last live stream, but people can't wrap their head around the idea that the Jedi were flawed. The Jedi made mistakes. It doesn't mean they were the bad guys, but yeah, that the Jedi screwed up. They definitely screwed up. But yeah, it's a good point. Have I seen Ron by Kurosawa? Probably the most beautiful. Yeah, it's
unbelievable.
Classic. Yeah, people asked before what they should see to understand Lucas. They should see almost everything by Kurosawa.
And he made Kagemusha. I mean, according to Kurosawa, Kagemusha that's an incredible film in its own right, but that was almost just like a dry run for Ron. Kagemusha is great, but Ron is unbelievable.
What would you say is the most beautiful movie you've ever seen? What's the first thing that comes to mind?
I mean, that's one of them. That's hard. I mean, I could sit and think about that forever. I mean, that's definitely up there. Qui-Gon is up there. Which I always wondered if, I know Qui-Gon has another origin with Qi Gong, something like that. But I always wondered if Lucas was kind of playing around with that, a pun with that as well. That's a really gorgeous movie. To me, the Wizard of Oz is one of the most beautiful movies of all time. I mean, I don't know. There's so many. How about you, Rick?
I always say Barry Lyndon. That's kind of my canned answer, my prepared answer.
That's a great one.
Just the photography is so extraordinary.
If you want to get Mirror or Stalker,
Stalker,
Tarkovsky. Those are really incredible.
Stalker would be up there, yeah. I don't know, hundreds of them. Have I seen the Fallout show? People seem to love it, but it reminds me of The Force Awakens. Flashy, looks good, but found it poorly written, creatively bankrupt. Sabotage the future of the franchise. I have not seen.
I don't even know what that is.
Sorry, I don't have a good answer for that one. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'm not keeping up with all the stuff that's coming out.
Shout out to Anomaly Inc. in the chat. Love to see you guys do live. Anomaly is a cool guy. He was one of the first big fans of my channel, and at the time he had a video about the Game of Thrones last season that it went viral and had 5 million views or something. So he had a much bigger channel than mine, and he was one of the first people that really liked my videos, and he was super nice about it. He invited me on that show with Mahler, and I talked to him a lot off of the live stream. We've talked online in private several times. Yeah, I'd love to have him on. I think if he'd want to come on my channel, we could do a show sometime soon. He's a smart guy. He's a really, really nice guy too. Robbie, have you seen the despecialized Star Wars? What do you think of it?
Hey, Jared. Jared just made a really fantastic short film as well. It's kind of also operates as a TV show pilot or series pilot. It's called Olive Place. You should look it up on YouTube. It's like, sorry, Jared, I hope I don't butcher it, but like it feels like almost an incredible like classic Cartoon Network show that you somehow missed out on, and it uses hand-drawn animation and like physical puppets, and it's just this crazy mashup of styles, and it's very funny and unique. So yeah, go watch that. I have not, because I don't really care. Once upon a time I was really hung up on this just because like I didn't see the updated versions until the DVDs came out in 2004, and you know, it was jarring when I grew up with the tapes and you see it one way, and then you see the changes that were made. And I used to be one of the people who would, you know, sit around and bitch about it forever. And you know, Rick and his the prequels are, or sorry, the special editions are the movies. Get over it. His 3.5 hour essay about this, you know, it really did change my thinking on it, because again, like stuff that I was like, oh, it's different from how I remember. Once I started thinking about like, well, you know, George obviously is an idiot, and he created like my favorite thing ever. So how about I take 2 seconds and start thinking about why he decided to make that change? That's way more fascinating, even if it's a change that you don't necessarily agree with or prefer to what you grew up with. It's just a lot more rewarding and interesting to think along those lines. So like there was once upon a time when I wanted to seek those out, but I just really stopped caring a long time ago, because like I have seen clips from it, and it's really just like not, if you're really hung up on that and if you want to completely cut off the prequels and pretend they don't exist, then I guess that's essential for you to enjoy Star Wars, because he brings in Hayden Christensen at the end of Return of the Jedi and things like that. But like if you embrace the prequels and you watch them 1 through 6, as I always do now, which, you know, like for somebody who's obsessed with Star Wars as I do, I really like, I watch the 6 movies every couple of years or something like you know, there's other things I like. It's a much more cohesive experience. I'd rather just see how he wants it. And as somebody who like, you know, I would want the final say on how people watch it. And so, yeah, I'm over it.
Just to differentiate, if you do want to see the theatrical versions for historical curiosity or whatever your reason,
yeah,
the problem with the despecialized editions, I think I'm assuming this is what Jared means. The despecialized editions are a specific thing that was made by this guy, who he came in my comment on my special editions video, and he commented on there and was mad at me about what I said. And I told him I'd love to have him on my channel if he wanted to talk about it, and he never answered. So whatever, if somebody knows him, I'd like to talk to him about it. But the despecialized editions, excuse me, were made around a decade ago, a little bit more than that. And what he was doing was he was taking what we had at the time, which were the Blu-rays and the old Laserdisc and several different sources, and he was trying to piece together the theatrical versions, but as close as he could make it to the quality of the Blu-ray.
But it's still his cut,
right? So the point being that like a lot of the old versions of the scenes, we have them on home video, but we had them in Laserdisc quality, which is not very good. It's worse than DVD quality. So he was trying to get it up to Blu-ray quality by using a lot of different techniques. He was taking like a shot from the Blu-ray and then taking the element of the shot from the Laserdisc and then trying to like, you know, kind of upscale and combine it and patch it together. So what he really was doing was he was making his own edit of the movie that's very different from either the theatrical version or from the special editions. It's this guy's edit, and you know, whatever he put a lot of effort into it. I don't think he's a bad person. I think it's misguided, but the point is that that's really sort of like this Frankenstein job with taking all these different versions of the movies and like taping together all these different things to make these guys cuts. Now, in recent years, as a lot of digital technology has got better, there have been fans that have just taken original theatrical prints from 1977 and scanned those theatrical prints.
That's totally
and,
different. Yeah.
and done a job of trying to do like a 4K scan and then restore it. I think they overdo the restoration a little bit. I think they fix it a little bit more. So it probably actually looks better than if you actually saw the movie in the theater in 1977. But that, to me, that's like a valid restoration. You're scanning an original print and you're, just restoring it up to 4K quality. That I don't really have a problem with that. I think that's fine. I have a real problem with the despecialized thing of trying to make a fan version that improves on what George Lucas did. But these if you want to watch the original theatrical version, there's several different things out there, and there's the despecialized, which I don't like, and then there's they call it they've done it for all three movies now. They call it 4K 77 for A New Hope, 4K 80 for Empire Strikes Back, 4K 83 for. So if you on illicit sites which are not legal and which I would never recommend a person do, and I would never ever do myself under any circumstances, but on those sites, were you to go to those sites and illegally type in 4K 77, you can find a very nice scan of the original theatrical Star Wars. And if you really, for whatever reason, for curiosity, you want to see it, that I think is much, much better than the despecialized, if you want the theatrical versions. So,
but like you said before, like what people are really imagining, it's like their memory of it in the theater or the VHS tape. And like if you were to watch it in high quality, there's all these traveling matte lines and glitchy stuff all over the place. And like honestly, last time I saw shots of Mos Eisley without the dinosaurs walking around and stuff, it's a lot of boring, empty streets. And I don't know. I like monsters and creatures, and I think it's really cool that he got to have robots and creatures walking around. That's what I would have done, and the fact that it's something he always wanted to do and just didn't have the time or money. And it used to bother me that Jabba's like animated and then he's a puppet. I was like, but it's different. It's the same model that's in Phantom Menace, which is kind of cool because I love the Phantom Menace. And either way, if George had had the time and money to finish that scene the way he wanted, there would have been a stop motion Jabba. Mm-hmm. And that would have been cool, but that would have been even more jarring in a way. But either way, it would have been a different technique than he utilized in Return of the Jedi. So, as far if like the continuity or something bothers you, I'm just so far beyond like trying to recapture some kind of nostalgic enjoyment of the movies. And I really don't, when I watch them, I don't even, I was obsessed with them as a kid, but I no longer really am trying to like rekindle that magic. I really have a very new appreciation of them that doesn't have anything to do with like my childhood memories. It's more like approaching them with a fresh eye. And to me, that's been way more rewarding than it even was as a kid. Like I honestly, I enjoy them all more now than I ever did. Like you should have seen me and my wife at the end of Revenge of the Sith and Return of the Jedi. We were like, it was embarrassing, we were just like weeping for like I really because I understand more about what he was actually trying to get across, and it moves me more.
I tell this story in the video about one of the videos I was talking, I think the special editions, I was talking about one of my exes. I dated somebody who had never seen Star Wars, and so I ran a little experiment on him, and I showed him all the movies 1 through 6, chronological order, and the special editions, of course. So it's like this is George Lucas's intended. So somebody that watched it fresh, you never seen any Star Wars before, he watched it all that way. At the end of Return of the Jedi, when Hayden came back, he was like tearing up because it was so meaningful for him that he had watched this, this 13-hour story. Totally, like, oh my God, it's Anakin again, and it got him, and he loved it. And he also was the one that, a lot of the older fanboys say that Hayden doesn't make any sense. Why doesn't he look like the old man Anakin? And I asked and I think I'm retelling a story I tell in the video.
No, it's okay. It's a good one.
He honestly was not a very intelligent person, this ex-boyfriend of mine. But I asked him afterwards, I was curious what he would say. And I was like, so why do you think that Anakin would look like Hayden Christensen and he wouldn't look like the old man? And just like within a second, my ex goes, oh, well, because Anakin died when he became Darth Vader. He died when he looked like Hayden. And I was like, Thank you. Like, so there's my proof. Like, an idiot can understand this on his first viewing.
To me, now
So
that we live in this world where there's just endless Star Wars stuff, the 6 movies that George made, the prequels don't seem so extra. And I think for a long time it seemed like, oh, those are these new ones. But now they're like classic movies, and there's very specifically, this is what George had to say about it. And to me, like, I just, I'm Ollie.
I was like trying to figure. It looked like it was part of the background, and I was like, "What the hell is moving in the background?"
So, like, seeing Hayden at the end, the way it kind of ties his work together. If you accept all 6 of those together, which I certainly do, and like see it as a cohesive vision, seeing Hayden at the end is like a really nice period on the piece, and like, and that's kind of the problem I have with this. It's fine. Mandalorian had a lot of really fun stuff. I like the Clone Wars, but like when you get now, there's just like, there's just so much. It's really nice to like put a period on a story sometimes. And I seeing Hayden at the end, to me, it's like, okay, this story is done, and like we're still talking about it. We don't really need all this endless new stuff. The 6 stories right there are still so endlessly compelling that, like, I mean, God, we've been talking mostly about them for hours now, because there's a lot to mine.
We should be talking about your movie more. I'm trying to go through all the super chats, but let me do the next one. During your sequel trilogy video, you talk. By the way, CY98 is always a big tipper. I don't know how much money you've spent on these live streams, but I really appreciate it. You and Shaman McLamy, is that how you say that? You guys both do a bunch of tips. I really appreciate it, so thank you. But your question was, during your sequel trilogy video, you talked about how eventually the new information becomes part of the zeitgeist. How do you see this happening for the stuff revealed in the sequel trilogy that ruins the way we look at 1 through 6? I don't see it happening in the same way, because it's a separate thing. I don't think that anybody... it's not compatible with the originals. When Empire Strikes Back came out and they revealed that Vader was Luke's father, that was a shock to people. Some people weren't happy about it, and a lot of, but it fits with A New Hope. When you go backwards and watch A New Hope again, it's like, oh, this makes sense now, And there's nothing in the Disney sequel trilogy that when you go backwards, you think like, oh, Revenge of the Sith suddenly makes more sense now. It doesn't.
They were ignoring them entirely.
Right. So it makes the old movies make less sense. So it doesn't, when you watch the prequels and you understand Anakin's origin story, then you go back and you're like, oh, Darth Vader is a different character now. I understand Darth Vader now. That won't happen with the Disney movies, because they contradict the originals. They don't enhance them. They don't fit with them. They don't become part of a cohesive piece. I think the 6 movies together, the 6 real Star Wars movies, are cohesive. I mean, obviously his plans changed over time. There's stuff that evolved, but when you look at it together, I think it all works. You can never make The Last Jedi Luke work with the A New Hope Luke. It just, there's no world where that,
But people who try to blast him for not specifically knowing certain elements of the story 30 years in advance, it's like when Tolkien wrote The Hobbit, he didn't know that Bilbo's cool magic ring that made him invisible was the one ring. He didn't know it was connected to the Silmarillion and all this other mythology he was creating. Writers are, especially if it's their own world that they came up with, I hate to tell you, they're allowed to evolve their ideas over the decades. Doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing. It means they're living a life.
Speaking of the special editions, that's why I talk about this in the special edition videos, but that's why Tolkien made a special edition of The Hobbit. People don't call it that, but after he wrote The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien went back and he rewrote a lot of The Hobbit to make The Hobbit fit with Lord of the Rings. And the reason is because he wanted to be a cohesive whole. And that's just like Lucas adding Ian McDiarmid back to Empire Strikes Back, because he wants it to all work as one piece. Tolkien did that exact same thing with The Hobbit. If you've never read about, I talk about it in my sequel trilogy video.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, my special edition video. But the Hobbit you read now, if you've read The Hobbit in the last, I think like 70 years, you've read a version of The Hobbit that's extremely special edition. It's very rewritten. Nobody gets mad at Tolkien like they do with Lucas, though.
To be fair, I think like so there's some certain changes that you know, are a lot more obvious, like, you know, changing whole sequences and stuff like that. But you know, at the
Well,
same time, like I did the one special edition that I saw in the theaters was Return of the Jedi, and that was the one I watched the most at home on tape. And, you know, when it got to Jabba's band and stuff, I would have been 7 when that came out. You know, I didn't think twice about it. I was just like, oh hey, what, look at this guy. I like this fuzzy guy that's singing. And again, it was aimed at me at that age. So
I ran out and I bought the action figures for all the
yeah,
band members. I loved it. I thought they were great.
you know, I loved like the Chuck E. Cheese band and stuff when I was a kid. The animated, like to me, it like really it's I get why people don't like it, and I had a hard time with it as a teenager. But like, you know, at the end of the day, they are fantasy kids movies, and like it's that sequence is hilarious to me, and
I loved it.
you know,
I still have all the I have the action figure of Greta, who is the female Greedo in a bikini.
I had Taco Bell
that.
had
That's
like
amazing.
Taco Bell had some really cool toys. I had like a cube with pictures on it that you could like, you know what
I
I'm
have
talking
that.
about?
That's
Almost
in
like
a
a
box
Rubik's
right
Cube.
behind me in a
Beautiful.
box under my bed. Yes, I
Yeah.
have that.
And
You flip it and it would show the
I was so excited about all these new things that showed up, and it was only like as a teenager when I had friends tell me it was bad, and like you know, I get it. It's like very literally in your face with this character, like. But how liberating that must have been with this new technology, where he's not stuck with this puppet going like this. All of a sudden, he has a guy who can run across the stage, and he could like project spit. It's
shove
like,
his mouth right into the camera.
when
Yeah,
you start thinking about how exciting that must have been, and all, you know, people like to say, well, that's not what the direct. Richard Marquand was frustrated that they did want it to be a whole different thing. This is not new to you. You talked about this in your video, but like once you start taking that into account, it's like even if you prefer the original, that's fine. But it's interesting.
there's an interview with Richard Marquand before the movie ever came out, and they said, you know, Richard Marquand says something like they're struggling to finish the special effects, and a lot of the special effects are really difficult. And he said that, you know, he mentions that we have a musical sequence that I'm not really happy with. We might put some new music in there. He even mentions that they might replace the music, and they ended up not having time to do it. But this was something that, like, before the movie even came out, Marquand was like, we might need a new song in there. And that's not even Lucas, it's Marquand saying that.
Yeah. When it comes down to it, though, it's different than you remembered as a kid, and it's goofy, but it doesn't. It's not like some of the stuff in the new ones that just completely undermines like the entire philosophical integrity of the concept of the story. It's like a pretty minor thing when you get down to it.
Since Rick is such a Zack Snyder fan, would you rather watch Man of Steel again or a J.J. Abrams unproduced Superman movie with the Kung Fu Kryptonians? I don't know much about what J.J. Abrams was planning for Superman. I know that he was working on a Superman at one point, wasn't he? I can't sit through Man of Steel. I don't know, and I can't stand watching anything. Man of Steel. Oh, it's so bad. It's a nightmare.
I don't see a lot of comic book stuff.
It's really a nightmare. I don't know. Would you rather watch I'll simplify. Would you rather watch a Zack Snyder movie or a J.J. Abrams movie?
I don't know if I've seen a Zack Snyder movie.
Really?
Yeah.
None of them? You didn't watch Watchmen or?
No. I read the book.
Dawn of the Dead, or was it Day of the Dead? Or Dawn of the Dead. That was the closest I think Zack Snyder's ever come to not embarrassing himself with the movie. It's still not good. I mean, you should, if you like Dawn of the Dead, you should watch the George Romero original, the real one.
Sure.
But the Zack Snyder, you know, he made a halfway decent ripoff, is what he did. Every other Zack Snyder movie I fucking hate. I can't handle. But we'll see if any Zack Snyder fans lasted 3.5 hours into this, because whenever I mention Zack Snyder, I always
it's hard to imagine.
The replies light up as soon as I mention Zack Snyder. They can't just let it go that I said something about Zack Snyder. They have to respond. They have to. We're almost done with the super chats. Watching 1, 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. No, why don't you just put them all?
It sounds really confusing to me.
Yeah, why don't you just what the hell is that? Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. I can't understand why that would.
I think that that's supposed to, the idea is to preserve the Darth Vader surprise. I think they used to call that the machete order or something like that.
The Darth Vader surprise is that the little boy turns into Darth Vader.
Which is it's a much bigger surprise if you watch the. No, I know this this person is a nice person who does lots of super chats, so you know, you're.
I've never. I mean, I've never watched that way, so I can't. Maybe I'm sure it's interesting, but like
it's an abomination.
You could watch them in any order, and it might reveal new things about the story or preserve certain surprises and stuff. But like, I don't know. Like I said, as obsessed as I have I have a whole shelf of Chewbacca stuff. I have a photo of George Lucas. I have all the micro machine. Like I'm sitting here talking about Star Wars on YouTube. I'm obsessed, but like, I watch the movies every 1, 2, 3 or 3 years, something like that. And I'm not going to start playing around with the order. If I watched them like every month, maybe I'd start tinkering. But I just like to sit down and go on the ride and finish it.
This is how fans of a certain age show their kids the movies in this order, because the idea is to preserve the Darth Vader thing. I think it's just got to be as confusing as hell to be a little kid and watch them all out of order, mixed up like that.
I was just saying the other night, like I'm so one of the things I'm really excited about having a little kid is getting to give them that experience of seeing the movies as they exist now in the order that they're intended to be, without any of the baggage of a 40-year-old who like, but my tapes were like this, and he can just sit down and be totally free to just he's not going to have all this like extra shit going on in his head. He can just enjoy the stories. And
what age do you think?
When I'll show, I mean, that's hard because I was 5 when I got the VHS tapes, and that was a pretty good age. Yeah, I don't know. That's a big question. 5, 6, 7. That's pretty good. And the people who like to say like, oh well, I think it was one of the Red Letter Media videos that shows Anakin burning. It's like, it's still pretty like, it's not super grit. It's intense and it's emotional, but there's still kind of this operatic or like comic book kind of quality to the whole thing. Like there's a lot of things I would not show a 5-year-old, but like I would consider showing a 5-year-old Revenge of the Sith if they were mature and if you talk to them. Like it's pretty intense, but I think I saw the Elephant Man, for God's sake. I
think Elephant Man's see when I was a little kid, it was like emotional stuff that really messed with me. Like Elephant Man really upset me because how they treated him. Yes. I thought was so upsetting. Yeah. That really bothered me. As like that movie gave me nightmares.
King Kong really. I stayed up all night wondering like what they did with his body.
Well, I remember when I watched Star Wars. I was maybe 6 or 7. And I remember my mom was really worried about the Rancor in Jabba's palace, and she made me sit on the sofa next to her, and she gave me a big talk that there's a scary monster, but it's okay. I fucking loved the Rancor. I watched that scene over and over and over. I would just rewind to that part of the VHS tape because I thought that was the coolest.
All of Jabba's palace is terrifying, but like that's why I love Maurice Sendak. The best artists out there understand that kids like to be scared a little bit, and they can handle it. They trust that they can deal with it.
What upset me in Star Wars was I remember getting really upset when they were torturing Han Solo and putting him in carbonite. Yeah. That really upset me. I didn't like watching that, and it bothered me when they cut open the Tauntauns. It's like it's like an animal, like a horse or something, and they cut him open. That upset me.
I used to have to fast forward Yoda's death. Sad because I would think about my parents dying. Like I used to cry thinking about like death a lot when I was a kid, so stuff like that got to me. But like the monsters and like violence was it's all good.
I love the violence didn't faze me because Lucas has talked about he's always pretty careful about showing humans getting hurt. It's always like faceless stormtroopers and whatever, so like the violence didn't bother me, and I loved the monsters. But it was like the emotional stuff, like Han, because Han was in pain, he was Han's, and that upset me, but rank the Clone Wars on a scale of 1 to 10. Also make a I don't know. I think in the last live stream we talked a lot about Clone Wars too. I think you can almost immediately tell which episodes George Lucas worked on, and those are always the good ones. And then other than that, I'm not very interested. But
I'll say like coming from it from an animation perspective, I did really enjoy a lot of it, and I think also, like I was saying earlier, like the fact that it's animated, I can kind of like separate it and enjoy it as its own thing in a way.
Oh,
I think it's, oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Rick?
No, you're breaking
You
up
good?
again.
Here, you can
Okay,
go
there
ahead
you
and
are.
talk.
No,
Oh, hey.
I don't know. I think it's the problems on your end.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. You're moving again.
Okay. We good?
I can hear your voice now. The video's a
Okay.
little spotty.
Okay. Well, you go ahead and talk. I'll see
Okay.
if I can iron this out.
I was just saying the Clone Wars. Oh, you were talking about the animation in the Clone Wars being. I think it was the what is it called? Thunderbirds, that old puppet show that George Lucas liked. That he wanted the characters to look kind of like puppets. But even the animation style being the cool looking like puppet style animation, that was a George Lucas idea. So basically, you know, the show's good when Lucas is there. It's not good when he isn't. So it's like kind of hit or miss for me. That's about it. Are you back? Are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Here,
I can hear
me
you.
try
I just see like a frozen image.
Let's try exiting out again real quick.
Okay, try to go and come back again.
Okay.
Okay, last one here. I'm wondering if maybe I'm having the problem. I'm trying to wait to see when Robbie comes back if it'll work. But right now I'm trying to load the last super chat and it won't work. So I'm wondering if maybe I need to restart also. But I'll restart when he gets back because I think I was having a technical problem too because it just kicked me out and made me reload the page. Okay, it doesn't end the live stream when that happens. There was nobody here for a minute. But it still says 3 hours and 47 minutes, so it didn't stop.
Surely you know what we think about this, Darth Momo.
All right, guys,
They
back.
obviously exist, and if you like them, that's totally fine. But I think there's always going to be a clear line between George and post George.
Okay, well, sorry, I'm trying to regather because there was another one that I clicked on, but it didn't come up. Guys, it says LOL, y'all are both back now. Okay. Yeah, let me know in the comments if I think we both had a problem at the same time, so let me know in the comments if you can't actually hear us, but try to answer. We're down to the last super chat. Have I seen the Clone Wars?
I actually haven't seen the movie.
The movie. Yeah. No, he means the animated, the Tarkovsky.
Oh, so the Tartakovsky?
Tartakovsky, yeah, Tartakovsky.
Yeah. I've seen some of it. I'm a big fan of Tartakovsky. There's things I liked about it. I couldn't make it all the way through as much as I like his animation style and as much as I like Star Wars. I'll probably give it another shot just to kind of like appreciate the animation. But I mean, there's some cool stuff.
Yeah, it was okay. I don't know. It was fine. That was one of the.
He's a very interesting animator. That's kind of how I approached it.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are loyal to him, so. Okay, well, we have done all the super chats now, unless people do any more. So, let me see. I could scroll through the other comments and find the non-super chat questions, but there's so many of them now. I don't want to only answer the questions from people that do super chats, because that feels really like I'll only talk to you if you pay me. You know, that feels kind of like a dickhead kind of.
I don't know, but if they're paying, it makes sense.
I just prioritize. I try to do those first before I go to the other questions, because I don't want people to do a super chat and then be ignored. I think that's really rude. So, but yeah, it feels rude to like only do super chat questions. Like,
that's really amazing.
No money, no chat.
That's really amazing of people. I've never donated money to a video I was watching or anybody like that.
Well, I've never given money to any of these people that are giving money to me, so it's very nice of them. Oh, okay, wait, we have 2 new ones now anyway. Last one, super chat suggested you a Rob Zombie filmography ranking for this October. I have thought of doing I talked a lot in the last one about how I really like Rob Zombie's movies. I have thought of doing like an October Halloween themed. I thought of maybe ranking all the Chucky movies, since there's so many of them. And I was the Chucky. I don't know if any of you guys watch the Chucky TV show, but it's so weird and bizarre that I really kind of enjoyed it, because there's nothing else like that on TV right now. So of course it's canceled now, but what they did manage to do was really good. So I was thinking maybe doing a Chucky video for Halloween, but Rob Zombie is a pretty good suggestion. I don't know. Do you like Chucky? Do you like any of?
I have not seen any Chucky movies or any Rob Zombie movies.
Ooh, Rob Zombie. Maybe watch. I mean, they're really pretty good. I would watch. Devil's Rejects is probably the best one. That's kind of a sequel, but I don't know if you really have to watch the first one to get it. I don't know if you like kind of grindhouse exploitation horror, like very extreme.
Depends. Sometimes it's really fun. To me, it like entirely depends on tone.
Yeah. There's a tone thing with his movies that I think that they're supposed to be pretty funny, or at least I laugh a lot. But the gore and violence is very extreme, so they're not for everybody.
Who's the guy that Rob always uses? The bald guy with the beard.
Oh, the guy that played Captain Spaulding. What is his name? I know who you mean, though. He's been in a lot of other stuff.
Have you seen Spider Baby?
Spider Baby? No.
With
Sid Haig. Sid Haig.
Yes, yeah. Rick, you need to watch Spider Baby.
Spider Baby?
Yeah, it might be the first movie that Sid Haig did, and it's got a really old Lon Chaney Jr. and it's insane. It's so good.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
I think you would probably love it.
Well, Lon Chaney is one of my favorite. This is Lon Chaney Jr., but Lon Chaney and Lon Chaney Jr. both is.
Yeah, it's like very old, puffy, alcoholic Lon Chaney Jr., but like he uses it to such emotional effect. It's one of his best roles. He's like
that sounds spectacular.
The caretaker of this estate where this family is all slowly succumbing to this terrible genetic disease, and he has to like keep what they're going through a secret and keep people away from the house lest they stumble upon the nightmare that exists with him.
I'm watching a trailer with the sound off right now, and then there's like women with giant jugs running around in fishnet stockings, and
yeah. Can't go wrong.
This looks amazing.
It is.
How have I never? Oh, this is right up my alley.
That's the only way I know Sid Haig.
Wow. Well, yeah, he's really great in Devil's Rejects, House of a Thousand Corpses, those Rob Zombie movies.
I'll check it out. That's my foothold in.
Well, I know, because you said that you thought John Waters was a little kind of extreme for you with the.
I really enjoy his movies. It's just it's a lot, and I think maybe it's because like I realized that was a big blind spot in my like film history, and so when Criterion I watched like a bunch of them back to back, and like watching a bunch of his movies back to back is a little much. I really liked Polyester. That was one of my favorites.
Polyester, I love.
I just wish I could see it in Odorama.
I love Polyester. Well, they made a DVD with the Odorama cards.
Oh, that's amazing.
Well, I never actually scratched the card because I didn't want. Well, one, I didn't want to smell it, but also it's a collectible. I didn't want to ruin my card.
Yeah.
But
Female Trouble was great. I just by the last, I was so grossed out.
No, yeah, I told
Isn't
you.
that divine when she's in the electric chair? It's like
It's very hard to
it's
watch.
so gross.
It's maybe one of my top 10 favorite movies ever made, but it's like hard to sit through every single time I watch it.
Her rampage from Christmas morning to like that's also divine, right? When
Yeah,
like
yeah,
on
yeah.
the mattress by the roadside.
That's why when she's playing the band, she goes, "Yeah, go fuck yourself," because she raped herself in the other scene, so she says, "Go fuck yourself." Get it? It's a hilarious
I
wordplay.
mean, what are the chances that John Waters and Divine grew up down the street from each other?
They did. They were childhood friends. Yeah,
It's what you know. That's
they were childhood.
divinely
Let me try to find this picture.
ordained. No pun intended.
I'm trying to see if I can come up with. Oh yeah, there it is.
Man, I can't believe people are still watching. It's amazing. It's
wonder
kind of
that every
beautiful how
time-
people like to get into the minutiae of this kind of stuff. And it just shows how enduring it is.
Sorry, I just really wanted to find this John Waters picture all of a sudden. There it is.
Yeah, amazing.
Isn't he adorable, little John Waters?
Boys.
those bright, upstanding boys. They look like they have a future, don't they?
Divine's such a sweetheart, though. You know, like you ever see him in
he was the sweetest
interviews?
person.
Like he's just such a gentle giant.
Yeah, that it was a character.
He wanted to be Godzilla. When I heard him say that, I was like, okay, I think I understand this finally.
Have you ever? There's a whole documentary about Divine. It's really, really good. I don't remember. I think it's called Divine Trash or something like that. But
cool.
That's really cool. You should check that out. Okay, one more of these.
Wow.
Only video on my channel. Yeah, this is
like $100 from this person.
I know this person is my favorite person. Well, I shouldn't say favorite because there's other good ones too, but is among my favorite people. Only video on my channel is of my then 5-year-old niece reacting to Anakin becoming Darth Vader. Gave her a cupcake because she cried when Anakin choked Padme, and she was telling Obi-Wan to kill Anakin.
And that's what it's all about, people.
Aw, that's cute. Yeah, I think a 5-year-old can handle Revenge of the Sith. I don't think it's too. I mean, I understand why you got a PG-13. There's a guy burned alive, but I think depending on the 5-year-old.
Like as a kid, like it was always weird. A lot of times with kids, it's weird stuff that you wouldn't expect that's going to keep them up at night and disturb them. Like,
yeah,
going back to Maurice Sendak, like he was terrified of the old school vacuum that his mom had with the big bag that inflated. It's like he could handle all kinds of other disturbing stuff, but like the vacuum gave him nightmares. You never know what it's going to be like. There's all kinds of upsetting stuff that I saw as a kid that was perfectly palatable to me.
Yeah, it was always weird stuff that kind of, and like I wouldn't understand until later, looking back, like that it was awakening something in my mind that made me uncomfortable in some way.
I was really afraid of the furnace in Home Alone, like really afraid.
I haven't seen Home Alone since it was in the theaters.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but like he's in the attic and the furnace is making a scary noise, and
okay.
But it's as simple as that. Like the rest of the guys breaking into his house, that didn't get me. But his furnace was very upsetting, and it took a while to process that.
I'm trying to answer some non-super chat questions now. I noticed a number of prequels fans have said that the Phantom Menace looks the best out of the three because there's a film quality as opposed to digital. Thoughts? Do you agree at all? That's a misconception. I think it's a misunderstanding of Phantom Menace. Almost virtually every single shot in that movie had something digital added to it. So it was shot on film, although actually the whole film wasn't shot on film. There were several scenes that were shot on prototype digital cameras.
It may be my favorite looking in many parts of it. Whatever the reason is, I do think it's particularly beautiful, but I think Revenge of the Sith is also maybe the best looking of all of them.
It does have a nice look. It was, but the people try to say that the other ones look worse because he shot them on digital cameras, and every shot in Phantom Menace digitally, and then. Am I breaking up now?
You did for a moment.
No? Hello?
You broke up for a second there.
Am I the one breaking up now?
You did for a minute, but you're back.
No?
I can hear you. I hear you, Rick. I think you're good.
Okay, but now I tried to reload, and now it's just reloading forever. And anyway, I don't know what we were talking about. I was just going to say that everything in Phantom Menace was all scanned into the computer and then printed back out to film.
Oh my God, it's just me. Sorry, you guys. Rick will be back, I'm sure. Yeah, I think Rick has a better understanding of what actually went down in terms of how it was filmed. But like, I do kind of generally agree with it. I think there's definitely a different texture to Phantom Menace compared to the other ones that it's kind of hard to put your finger on. And maybe it's because I saw it at like an even more impressionable age than the others. I was 9, so it's like really imprinted in my head and is a part of like some of my really core memories. But I think there's like there's almost something more cohesive about the second and third one because I think there were a lot of big advancements made in the digital cameras and stuff, and I think by the time he gets to the third, there's like a really beautiful cohesive look to it. Hey, Rick.
Hey, how's your show going?
I try to not flounder too badly. I was just saying that, like, personally, I do, whatever the reason is, I do think there's like a slightly different texture to Phantom Menace that I do really love. But like, there's something, I don't know if digital cameras had just evolved that much more by the third movie, but there's something like really cohesive and beautiful about the third one. Like, definitely the technology was coming together in a way that I had not before, I think, in the third movie, and it's still really impressive. And now that we're like 20 years away from it, it's no longer like, no, it's dated. It like has its own, it's old enough that it has its own distinct quality of a different era. And also now that we're totally inundated with all kinds of big, spectacle heavy blockbuster movies, you can really see, going back and watching the prequels, that nothing looks or feels like those movies. They're blockbuster action movies did not really go that way after that. They still are very unique and idiosyncratic.
Yeah, there's a definite look to Revenge of the Sith. And Revenge of the Sith, the cameras were a step up from what they used on Attack of the Clones, for sure. Hi, Anomaly. We were just talking about you. If you missed it earlier, there's lots of chatter about you earlier on this, and our infamous live stream with Mahler that we had many years ago.
Just when Jar Jar drops the wrench inside the pod engine. That is, I think that's something you can relate to, like getting your hand stuck in a machine. That did kind of.
Yeah, I remember he said that goes back to what we were talking about kids get upset by stuff you wouldn't expect. But yeah, he says on the commentary on the DVD that kids were really upset when Jar Jar's hand was caught in the pod power coupling, whatever. Yeah, I can see where that would upset a kid.
Plus, it's one of the few shots where they actually use the physical suit, so there's like something a little more tangible about it, and you can like really imagine it getting stuck in there.
It is, yeah. That's a real shot. There's a lot of shots of real Jar Jar. I didn't realize at the time, but there's
got his feet up on the table on the ship.
Yeah, and when his foot gets stuck to the battle droid in the last battle, and it's in the grass, and he's like, "That's a real shot with a real prop." Yeah, so a lot of people talk about everything CGI. They don't realize there's a lot of actual Jar Jar costume in that movie. Sorry if you answered already. When's the Force Awakens video coming? Super hyped for it. As soon as I finish it, hopefully very soon. I've already actually done a lot of it. So Anybody have questions for Robbie? We've been talking more about Star Wars than about Robbie's movie.
That's totally okay.
Ask Robbie questions about his movie.
Well, most of these people are your people. I don't know how many people came over from my Instagram, so that's totally understandable.
Well, I think
they haven't been.
a lot of people.
I've got people who are like really invested in what I've been doing because they've been following these behind the scenes videos for years now. But if they're like, who's this joker with this little paper animation?
No, I thought a lot of people. I mean, you have like 250,000 followers on Instagram, so I thought a lot of people would want to hear you talk about it. And we do have your people here. I know there's some of these people are. Oh, here, this is a good question from one of your people. I asked you this question too. Because when I saw your movie, the first thing I thought about was Phil Tippett's Mad God.
I have not seen the whole thing. I donated some money to Phil years ago, and before it was finished, and so I was able to I got like a little password or something where I could watch the first 2 parts online. So I no longer have access to that. So I've been meaning to just get the Blu-ray and watch it because I feel like I owe it to animation itself to just have a copy of it. And I think Rick and I have talked a lot about Phil Tippett and how Rick's favorite Star Wars guys are all the guys in Jabba's palace, and those are pretty much all designed by Phil Tippett, whose workshop is pretty near you, right? Can you hear me, Rick?
I think the connection's getting a little spotty for me again, and I think we should maybe wrap it up. And if I disappear again and leave you here by yourself, I don't want to do that again.
That's all good.
Are you? Well, you're like for me, you're breaking up a little bit, but I don't know if it's my connection or your connection. I think it might be me. I don't know if you can hear me all right.
I can hear you okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you fine. You're not breaking.
This is 2025. We should have better internet connections. Well,
I don't know if anyone can still hear me, but
everybody in the comments seems to hear us because they're not saying that they can't hear us.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I can hear you fine.
Maybe it's a StreamYard problem. Either way, though, we're at past 4 hours now, and I don't want to abuse Robbie by forcing him to stay here any longer than this. So, see, now this person's saying you've mostly all been clear and not laggy. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
it must be
can hear you fine.
On my end, I guess. I'm just okay. All right. Well, we still are running pretty long now, so if anybody has any last-minute questions, try to get it in there. But maybe you think I should play the teaser for your movie one more time for the people that came in late? Does that sound? Do you want to do that?
I mean,
is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's okay with me.
Is it? I'll play that for people that came in late and haven't seen it.
Real quick, before you play it, you
want people also.
Can you hear me, Rick?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just going to show you before you play it. I grabbed some of the pieces that were drawn from it. So it's like watercolor and colored pencil on heavy paper, and you can see there's like different articulated pieces behind, just to give you an idea of how it goes together. Oh, there. So yeah, these are all laid under a sheet of glass, and then you like lift the sheet of glass up and move them a little bit and take a photo, and so it's really just like regular stop motion, except it's all with 2-dimensional cutouts, just to give you some context for like what the heck you're seeing. But that's really like cool. 99% captured in camera.
Do you have any more that you can show?
Let's see. Here's one of the smaller puppets. So that's the other thing. Like when you do everything in camera, you can't like draw something one time and then scale it up and down. So everything is pretty much redrawn for every shot at different sizes. So there's also this guy.
Yeah.
And then you make little replacement eyelids and things. But yeah, you know, I like it's pretty primitive technique, but there's something really fun and immediate about it. And I like that it's like is straightforward as just you draw something and cut it out and put it under the camera, and there's not really anything trickier than that going on. There's something really like immediately gratifying about it, even though it takes forever.
That's really cool. Those are really cool to see. I'm sorry we got off on talking about Star Wars so much. We should have.
I'm perfectly happy
we talked.
to.
But we talked about your movie a fair amount,
and it all ties together because this stuff is like, you know, so formative for me. Having Star Wars a part of my life, you know, my whole life. It like you're not going to watch the movie and be like, oh, Star Wars, but I think the way that, like we were saying before, the way like George has all these different images that resonate with each other across the series, like that's definitely something I absorbed unconsciously, and you know, comes through in its own way through this little art film.
Well, if people are coming in late, we talked a lot more about your movie towards the beginning. It was really interesting. We showed a lot of clips, and that's what people should watch. You should go back and, after this is finished, go back and rewatch the beginning of it so you can see all that stuff. I think I'm going to re-show the little teaser clip one more time, and then that'll give people a couple more minutes if they want to type in any last-minute questions. Because regardless of the spotty internet questions, we should probably be trying to somewhat wrap this up because it's very long at this point. So if you guys didn't see it at the beginning, or if you want to see it again, we're going to play the teaser for Robbie's amazing movie. Okay.
So I want to point out that
the comment on the screen I thought was supposed to go away when a video starts playing. So I'm very sorry that the comment was there over the start of your video, but sorry. What were you saying?
I just want to point out to everyone that I actually finished the film back in March, and I've not gotten around to cutting a teaser or a trailer yet. And Rick was nice enough to donate his time. And just yesterday, you cut that together, right? I just sent him the file to my movie and the soundtrack, and he whipped that up pretty quickly. So I'm really grateful that you gave me something like bite-sized that I could actually share with people. So thank you.
Well, it's not the official teaser if you want to make your own official teaser, but
I will. But that's good, because like even the people who follow my Instagram, they haven't seen more than me. Like I would take my iPhone and film my laptop screen to show a couple of clips here and there. That's all anybody has seen, aside from like festival programmers and my friends and family and stuff. So yeah, I really appreciate you doing that.
Well, I hope it gets people excited to see it, because it's just really amazing looking. I watched, well, I don't know how many times I watched the whole thing, but I watched the clips that I was using to edit over and over and over, you know, because you're editing them. And so and they were just like, I noticed new stuff every time I watch them. They're just amazing. All the detail and stuff in the drawings. It's really cool.
Right.
So I hope it shows off your movie and makes your movie look enticing to people. One more super chat. I know you're not a big horror movie fan. Phantasm. I don't really know much about the behind the scenes on that movie, but I am a big horror movie fan. I'm not a particular fan of that movie, but it's okay. Robbie, are you interested in the Schumacher cut of Batman Forever?
I really just like Tim Burton Batman. Batman Returns is my favorite, and I just leave it at that.
Robbie, what are some of your favorite 60s Japanese films? Which Godzilla is your favorite?
Yeah, I got that big Criterion set that they put out. Which I love that Criterion.
Oh, that's a cool set.
They do like Bergman films and all kinds of stuff. I love that for their 1000th release, they put out this gigantic, all 15 Showa era Godzilla movies with original art for each movie.
Give it the respect it deserves. Yeah.
Seriously. So the two that I had on tape growing up were Godzilla vs. Gigan and Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. I had the English dubs of those, and Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla is a big one. I really love Invasion of. There's like a bunch of different titles depending on the translation, I know, but like I really love Invasion of Astro Monster, where I hope I'm not wrong. This is the one where Godzilla is beamed to another planet to fight King Ghidorah. That's a good one. Mothra versus Godzilla. That's pretty classic, and it's just everything. Like those are like my. I don't, as much as I'm obsessed with Star Wars, I don't throw, those aren't my comfort watch. I sit down and like I have the theatrical experience. The Godzilla films are my like mac and cheese, comfort movies. It's just like cinematic Xanax or something. Like it's the sound effects. Akira Ifukube.
What'd you think of Godzilla -1?
I really liked it. I mean, my favorite old Godzilla movies are not the gritty, serious ones. I like the insane, psychedelic, totally outrageous ones that feel like they were written by a 6-year-old.
I like the one with the island where the son of Godzilla. Is it called Son of Godzilla?
Yeah.
The little baby Godzilla. Yeah. I loved that when I was a kid.
Yeah, they're just like, there's something so refreshing about them, where I think we're so used with modern films, like everything's been done, so everything is so ironic or meta or just commenting on itself in some way, or trying to, like, you see in the MCU movies, like they're almost like trying to apologize for even the basic premise of they'll like kind of make a snide comment about how absurd it all is, and I don't like that. Rick and I talked about Batman Returns, where it's like something, it just it doesn't wink at the audience, it just completely leans into its own premise. And that's what I love about these old Godzilla movies. There's not an ounce of irony. They're the most refreshingly innocent, just pure escapism. It's like it really does feel like it was like a bunch of 5-year-olds in the writer's room. It gives me that feeling of like being in the sandbox and just like smashing your dinosaur toys together. And they're dumb and they're amazing, but there's also something to me, there's something like really beautiful and poetic in it. And I think, like, knowing that now, Rick, and like having talked about Tarkovsky, I think maybe you'll see in Animal Math somehow the collision between like these like goofy kaiju movies and Tarkovsky, where there's like these kind of like slow, atmospheric, hopefully beautiful moments colliding against monsters smashing buildings and stuff.
Well, there's obviously a lot of Godzilla, a lot of, of course, with the he kind of has like Mothra wings a little bit. He's kind of got like moth or butterfly wings. That made me
Yeah,
think of Mothra.
yeah, a little bit of King Ghidorah, but like,
Yeah, with the two heads and everything.
definitely none of that is conscious. That just like goes to show you how like things kind of get baked into your consciousness and come out one way or another. Animal math is not. I would totally make it available for people, but it's I can't even announce the festival it's going to be playing at, but it got invited to premiere at a really cool festival in Austin this fall, and I'm if you guys live in Austin, I'm going to be there for it. There's a chance, there's a couple other big festivals I submitted to that I'm waiting to hear back from that take place before that one, and if it gets selected by those, the director of the one that invited it already has really been generous enough to let me attend those as well. But I know they're hoping for it to be the world premiere, so that'll be in September. So it's just one of those things, like you would get disqualified from so many film festivals if you put it up online. That's kind of a basic prerequisite. So unfortunately, I have to kind of keep it under wraps. But like, if you guys follow my Instagram, I'm always posting updates, and I'm going to be, Rick, I just got those proofs in the mail, like right before we started talking. So like, I have a bunch of prints and things of artwork from the movie. I was going to send Rick a couple of those as a thank you for this. Yeah, there's going to be all kinds of cool stuff. Like we're getting a little online store set up pretty soon that's going to have really nice high quality prints of the artwork. I did a print of this guy. Actually, while you were playing the teaser, I pulled out my painting for the poster. The quality's not great, but like there's a poster of that. And anyway, like, even though I can't show the whole movie, there you go. I'm going to be posting, lots of updates. And if you're curious, you can follow. Instagram's the best place to follow along. And I also have on my YouTube channel, there's the music videos I've done in the past, if you're curious.
I wanted to show this without our faces in front of it because it's great, but also because what you're talking about before it, this kind of looks like if Rembrandt made a Godzilla movie, or if somebody, a monk from a church in like the 1600s was doing Godzilla characters.
And that kind of does kind of sum up a lot of what's going on in the movie, I think.
Yeah. Holy fucking shit. Tuned in just in time to catch the teaser. I cannot wait to see the whole film.
I don't want to disappoint anyone, because I've had some people on Instagram, they're like, "Oh, it's just a short film. I thought it was a full." It's a 15-minute short film. There has been also more stuff I can't really talk about. I've talked with Rick about it a little bit and bounced some ideas off of him. There's been some speculative talk with some people who are interested in possibly expanding this into a feature, but anybody who knows anything about the film industry knows that that's like, it's speculative. But I think it's a long short, and hopefully it's enough to kind of sink your teeth into. But yeah, if you like it, come over to Instagram and keep in touch, and I will definitely keep people apprised of like any festival screenings, and if there's enough demand, I want to do a Blu-ray and a VHS release with like a bunch of other supplemental material and like some of the older animations I've done. And then eventually it'll make its way online. I just, having spent 7 years of my life making this, like almost full time, I'm not ready to give it away for free until it's had its due process in the festival circuit.
Well, not for free, but at some point, after there's a physical release, you could do like a pay streaming.
I think I'll do something like that. But I definitely would like to. I think that like, because it's like this old animation technique, it seems to appeal to a lot of the types of people who like still collect VHS tapes and stuff. So I'm definitely thinking about doing a Blu-ray and a VHS with some cool custom art. And again, if there's enough, if I get enough pre-orders and stuff, I really want to do a vinyl release of the soundtrack, because I put a lot of effort into that as well.
Soundtrack's great. Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
It's let me see. I know I'm sure there's like hundreds of comments that I didn't get to, but
Oh shit.
Sorry about that. But I think that
if they're directed at me, I'll try to take the time later and go in and like type out messages to people.
It's okay.
I try to respond to like everybody on my Instagram just to be personable. So
if they wanted to talk to you, they should have coughed up some cash. You're a big celebrity.
Come on, guys.
It's not free if you want to talk to Robbie, guys.
But yeah, for the person that just tuned in, like I already showed this earlier, but like, you know, this is like some very primitive stuff. It's entirely done with these paper cutouts. I've got this gargoyle guy here, which I realized when we were watching Return of the Jedi the other night. This again was not conscious.
Elevator,
but like,
the elevator lights.
Totally, and they even go do do do. Yeah. That wasn't on purpose.
How did you like that when you were animating it? How did you do the lights? Were the lights digital or was it like backlit? Or
I didn't pull out any examples of that, but like there's examples where I have like a flat LED light table, and there's one shot when the gate's opening and you see that kind of gothic arch with this creature in it. You cut it into the teasers. I did put my light table underneath it to kind of illuminate through the gate, but for that version specifically, basically, like I think there's about 4 different versions of each light. So it goes from black to like a little more lit up to a little more lit up, a little more until it's like full brightness. And those are literally just hand-drawn pieces that I swap out frame by frame. And it gives the illusion of this thing kind of like slowly illuminating. So like eyelids and all kinds of things, you draw different stages of the eyelid, and I'm going in with my little, you know, toothpick or X-Acto knife and gently replacing little eyelids and tongues and things that are
there's that the one shot where he's air, right? The air elemental.
Yeah.
Where he's lying down and he's bleeding and the blood spreads down underneth him. Were you actually drawing on it in between each frame? You're drawing.
Yeah, it's just color. It's just colored pencil.
Just colored pencil. That's really cool.
That's what I like about this process. It's I've had people comment and be like, hey, you know, I do AI stuff. I could really speed this process up for you. And it's like, I appreciate you're trying to help me out, but like, I think you're really missing the point because I just,
yeah. Why? I mean,
I wanted it's like, this sounds really highfalutin, but like, I do kind of believe the crazy shit that Alan Moore says about art being like a magical act. You know, it's like he's insane, right? But
no, I was just reading his grimoire.
Really?
Did you read it? No, I really was. I was curious about it. What is it called? I don't know where I put it. But, you know, he just did that full length.
I would like to see that, but
he did. Yeah, it's a full size explanation of all of his magical process. I don't know where the hell I.
So I never believed in like buying myself jewelry or anything because I felt too self-conscious. My grandfather died, and I inherited this turquoise snake ring from him, and I was like, finally, I can enter my Alan Moore phase organically.
I saw your Alan Moore ring behind the scenes clip. I saw that.
I had to earn it though. I had to lose somebody to earn the right to wear it. I forgot the question. So doing it like that, like actually going in and coloring it, it's like, you know, it's the cliche. It's like my blood, sweat, and tears went. Like there's literally blood, sweat, cat hair, spit,
blood, sweat,
like
cat hair.
And at a certain point, like once about like I was saying earlier, like about halfway through production, when I started seeing all this, I didn't know about like all the AI technology that was developing. And once I started to become really aware of it and realize that AI could create all these, you know, really detailed, complex images. Oh, I heard him talking about this. I haven't seen the cover yet, though. That's great.
You can keep going with what you're saying. I just wanted to show that, yeah, that's his.
But, you know, I always believed that to some degree, but like once I started seeing all this stuff, at first it was really dispiriting, and then I just decided to completely lean into it. And it's like, you know what? Like every single frame of this Again, 99.5% of the movie is completely in camera. There's some snow that we had that I didn't really have any good way to add in camera. We had to add that separately. And there's a moment where the lights in the tower change color. That was
so lazy.
Yeah. And I promise you, I did spend a lot of time trying to imagine. Oh, my cat Boba is clawing at the door trying to get in, if you can hear that strange sound. I did think really hard about how I could do it, and it just
let Boba in.
Boba is a star in the movie as well. He shows up in everything, and Molly just came in too. You know, that just became more and more important to me. Like a lot of people have asked me in the past, like, did you create this thing? You know, was this some kind of like stand against AI? It's like, I didn't freaking know. I didn't know. I thought AI was like 100 years away from creating pictures. I don't keep up with that stuff, so I had no idea. When I started making this, it's literally just because this is what I'm comfortable with, and this is what I like to do. I don't really want to sit in front of a screen. I want to sit and draw on paper and then use a knife and cut it out and animate it with my hands. It's to me, that's fun. You know, going back to Alan Moore, like there is something like magically, you're like imbuing wood pulp with pigments from the earth. And it's like there's something really, really cool about it when you think about it in that way. And so once I started becoming aware of all this AI stuff, I just like really it did become this kind of act of defiance. It's like, well, you know, I'm gonna make this entirely by hand. I'm gonna do this in the oldest, most frustrating way possible, and I'm just going to completely embrace it. And there's moments where you might see my reflection briefly in the glass for like a 1/12 of a second, or things judder around, but like it, you know, none of this is scanned in. None of this is aside from those two or three shots that I mentioned to you, like none of it's manipulated digitally. Like I barely even did any color correction. I just made sure to light it. I think we just bumped up the saturation like 5%, but I made sure to like paint and draw the colors as I wanted them. And I just made sure to light and photograph it so that I captured them as accurately as possible. And like here, you know, you can see the gold paint and the halos and that, to like get the glimmer. I had my wife sit on the floor and like hit the capture button so I could move 2 lights around slowly frame by frame. So you see the light shift on the gold. And yeah, I played the whole score myself on these 2 keyboards, and then had my old bandmate from my Deadsa days. I don't know if anybody's here from that. He added some drums on it, and then my really good friend Gaines played some like really cool mystical electric guitar kind of ambient stuff throughout the whole thing and kind of tied it all together. But like, you know, it just became more and more important to me to kind of hang on to the entirely handmade aspect of it. And there's times where I was tempted to get really frustrated with how primitive the animation technique is, because when you're working on something, you know, you can only see what's wrong with it. But as soon as I started showing it to people, I realized it was striking this chord. Like people have been so inundated with digital imagery and AI stuff that like, to me, I just didn't think twice about it. This is just how I know how to work. But then it became this thing for a lot of people like, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing it in this really old school way, especially like young. I thought young kids would not give a damn, but I get a lot of messages from like, you know, college students who just like can't even fathom that I did this all by hand. And like, you know, it's not a big deal to me, but it's become the entire context has changed with AI. It means something entirely like I was hoping I was going to be done with this back in, you know, 2020. But I'm glad it took extra long because it became a lot better. And it also, the meaning just entirely changed because the artistic landscape has changed.
Well, AI
the lighting in my studio, you know, and check out my night sky.
No, I think he means the lighting in your in
the videos,
images, the way that you light your pictures in the movie.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think, yeah, it's been 4.5 hours. We're probably testing.
That's as long as the last one, isn't it? I mean, I'm doing good.
Yeah, as long as
getting tired.
Well, I think we should probably wrap it up.
Pretty good. 5 hours
somewhat
is
reasonable.
insane.
And then I don't think people are going to click on it if it's an 8-hour thing. I spend so much time making fun of those guys for doing their 8-hour live stream that I don't want to do my own 8-hour live stream. But
it's fascinating to me
I
that, like,
think
even though
people
you've
have had
made
time to
these,
get in.
you've made all these really long videos about Star Wars, the fact that we can still get on and talk about Star Wars for 3 hours is fascinating.
Just don't shut up about it. Yeah. Well, it's fascinating that there's that much there to talk about, when you
and that's what's so special about it.
People always are like, how can you talk about a movie for 2 hours? And it's like, well, if it's an interesting movie, you could talk about it for years,
Well, if it took somebody,
there's always more to find.
If it took somebody 3 years or something to make it, like, surely there's enough to talk about for a couple hours. Like George said, this is like a marriage. You have to care about it long term, and you have to live with these ideas. Like, if it's a good movie, it was ideas that were worth pushing towards all those years,
For years, yeah. He had to spend years of his life making it. So I don't think it's weird to talk about it for 3 hours, but
hey,
George
yes.
Lucas Day.
Yeah.
Many people have noticed that this was on his birthday, which wasn't planned, but which is cool.
And I'm going to get down my George Lucas picture real quick, since they brought him up.
Okay.
Yeah. Happy birthday, George. I'm glad we ended up doing this on his birthday.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for everybody that watched. I can't believe that there's people still watching, but Robbie's movie is definitely worth it. Thank you for all the questions, and go check him out. I think if you search Robbie C. Ward on Instagram, he told me that he's the only one that comes up. So
I think so.
Robbie, middle initial C. Ward.
Yeah.
You can also, if you follow me on Twitter, I linked to his Instagram handle at one point, I think yesterday. So you can also find it in my tweets. But thank you guys. Thanks everybody for watching.
Thanks so much, Rick.
I'm probably going to do another one of these. We'll do another one of these soon. Not with Robbie necessarily, but there'll be more. And thanks to all of Robbie's fans that came also. Hope you guys had a good time.
Thanks.
We'll do this again soon. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Rick. Y'all have a good night.